Call the regular meeting for September 27th of the Ojai City Council to order. Could I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara.
Here.
Councilmember Haney.
Here.
Councilmember Clapp. Present. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Here.
Mayor Blatz.
Here. And thank you, everyone, for being here. We've got some very important items on our agenda tonight, so I'm happy to see everybody here for your input. And if Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick could leave us in the pledge.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have two presentations tonight. The first one is a presentation for our Ojai Day. You can't hear? Is that better? Okay. Hey, can you turn it up by any chance? All right. We have a presentation for our Ojai Day calendar. Mr. McClary, are you handling it, or is...
If it's okay, can I present from here?
You can do it from here.
May I have the Ojai Day presentation up, Jeremy? It's on the desktop. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Young, you have the floor.
This year we, in honor of the museum's celebration of the 100-year jubilee of the date in which the deed was handed from Mr. Libby to Mr. Thatcher for what is now Libby Park and was at the time the Civic Park. We went a little bit different direction this year, and the museum very generously provided us with 5 excellent postcards, and then the Facebook community directly voted, and so by about 6 votes, this, can I get a click, please? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. This was our poster. Nope. It's really good.
Nice.
This poster is, it learned about 7, it won by about 7 votes. It is a vintage postcard from the Ojai Valley Museum. The poster will be available for sale at Ojai Day on October 15th, as well as at the Recreation Department and here at City Hall on Monday. Current year posters are sold for, I believe it's $10, 10 or 12. And then hopefully it'll be a lovely addition to everybody's Ojai Day poster collection.
All right, thank you. Very nice.
All right.
It is really amazing how unchanged the downtown really looks. Yeah, the cars are about it, but the rest of Ojai Avenue really does look almost virtually the same. It really does. Thank you very much. We also have a presentation tonight from David and Vicki Byrne.
Good evening, Mayor Blatz, council
Good evening.
members. My name's David Byrne. I was at a council meeting earlier this year, and it was standing room only, which seems to be common nowadays. And the overflow was back into the conference room. And one thing I noticed is a fantastic large image map of Ojai. And it was interesting how so many of the other overflowees were back in the room, and their eyes were glued on it looking. And I started looking, and it's a great image, but it's about 30 years old. And I'm in the mapping business, so I had an idea that I presented to Councilmember Clapp, and she said, go for it. So, as a gift to Ojai, I flew the area in June of this year. Thank you. And we have a new map.
Very nice. Turn it around.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Thank
David.
you. Thank you. I'll sit it
That's
back in the
wonderful. That'll
conference
be
room and
a great addition to the city gallery. It really will, with all of our photographs and paintings we have. So thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if there's some way, this has been back in the council into the conference room, so nobody ever gets to look at it. And we don't have a lot of wall space.
Yeah.
But it would be really neat to even be able to hang them someday, side by side,
Yeah.
for comparison too. It's hard, it's a shame to have it locked in that
It
back
is.
room.
We'll have to find a good spot for that.
Maybe back
Maybe
there.
we'll give
Maybe we
that
could put
task
it
to the
there.
Arts Commission.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we'll have the Arts Commission decide where it's best suited.
All right.
So thank you, David.
Thank
That was
you.
very, very kind of you, thank you. All right, we're now to the time where we are taking communications from the public. These communications cannot really be discussed, and we can't act on anything that the public brings to our attention tonight. We can, however, put it on a future agenda item if we think it deserves that kind of treatment. And it's a time when you can speak about anything that is not specifically on the agenda. And if you could, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And the first speaker is one of our ex-mayors, or former mayors, Carol Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. It's good to see everyone. I've been away from Ojai for quite a while. I'm glad to be back. I really want to thank you so much for your support of the Taormina Historic District. It met the criteria, I think it had to meet one criteria and it met about 7. And it's our first historic district and certainly the most worthy. So I thank you so much. Also, I'm very pleased that we have a new city manager, and I've had the pleasure of working Mr. McClary for years, and I'm very thrilled that you made him the choice for the new city manager. Tonight, I wanted to talk about my concerns about Measure A, which was the measure to elect a mayor separate than council, and also we're doing it for 2 years. And I wanted to bring up some points that perhaps certainly the public did not realize would happen from this. And this is just one scenario of many that could happen. So let's look what the field looks like this year. This year for mayor candidate, there are 3 candidates. We have Councilor Severo Lara. Councilman Lara has completed his 4-year term. So he's running for mayor with 2 other candidates. So there's 2 things that can happen. He has a 33% chance of winning the mayorship. I'm just using straight arithmetic. And he has a 76% chance of losing. If he loses, he's out. He's not on the council. He's not the mayor. He's gone. Mr. Mayor Blatz is currently the rotating mayor, and he's running for mayor too. Mr. Blatz is currently in the middle of a 4-year term on the city council. If he loses his bid for the 2-year mayorship, then he goes back and remains in his seat for the next 2 years as a council member. We also have another candidate, Johnny Johnston, and he also will have a 33% chance of winning the election. If he loses, he is not on the council, it just goes away. He is not active on the council or his mayorship now. So let's see what happens with this scenario. We also have an election for city council member, and we have 2 candidates running. We have a Mr. Chris Gardner and a Ms. Souza Francina. So since there's only 1 seat, they each have a 50% chance of winning. So let's see what happens if, let's say the mayor election happens and Mayor Paul Blatz wins as mayor. What does the council then look like? We will have Bill Wyrick on the council, Randy Haney on the council, and let's say Chris Gardner won. So we have 3 council members and 1 mayor. That's 4 people. Only 4 people. So what are our council's choices at that point? They could choose to fill the empty council seat just through a vote of their own, but it's a 2-year seat. And I don't think that has ever happened in Ojai that we have done that. We would have a special election. So that means we would go through the county commission on elections, arrange for a special election. People would have to come up to run for it. It would probably take about a minimum of 3 or 4 months. And who knows who'll run. But let's say that happened. Now, special elections are expensive, and if we were the only one, let's say this election came up in April of 2017, that would mean the minimum it would cost the taxpayers of Ojai would be $30,000. But that's not the worst scenario. The money actually becomes moot because of what actually happens for the 4 months when we have a council of only 4 people. What happens is this. If there's a controversial issue, let's say, and a lot of public feeling about it, and we only have 4 people voting on it, basically, there will take only 50% of the council and mayor, 2 people, to say no, to stop a motion that was positive from happening. It will take 75% of the council for a yes vote if the motion was positive. This is so unfair. I was against this from the get-go. This is just one scenario of many negative ones that happened when this was passed, and I don't blame the citizens. All it said on the election was, should the electorate elect a mayor of Ojai and 4 council members? Now, who's not going to say yes to that? The average intelligent person who follows all this would not realize what some of these scenarios meant. And I will come back and look at some other scenarios another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Deborah Pendry?
Thank you, Mayor Blatz, council members. Deborah Pendry with the Ojai Valley Green Coalition, coming to you to share upcoming community service and education events we have coming up. Our next bi-monthly salon is Thursday, October 6th at 7 to 9 p.m. at our Resource Center. The theme is wildlife, and Jim Hines from the Sierra Club, Los Padres chapter, will be our guest host. Then a reminder, our Solarize program is still running, and that goes through October 31st. Our next workshops are Tuesday, October 4th at the Santa Paula Library. Information for that is at solarize126.org. And then Wednesday, October 12th at the Chaparral Auditorium in Ojai is the local workshop, and that information is at solarizeojai.org. Then, as we know, Saturday, October 15th is Ojai Day, and the coalition will be hosting a large part of the Go Green Block with our free bike valet. We had to turn people away last year, so we're kind of expanding and looking to have about 150 bikes at the peak, and we keep growing each year, so that's great. But we'll also be having an electric vehicle showcase for the second year. That was very well received last year, and we understand the Ventura County EV Advocacy Club will be joining us, and the Ventura County Air Pollution District has actually, I think, $1,000 to $2,000 vouchers for electric vehicles. They're particular models, but they'll be passing out, I think they have 37 vouchers left that they're trying to find a home for people who have an interest in an electric vehicle. And also, the City of Ojai Complete Streets Committee will be joining us. And across the street at the Mob Shop, there will be bike activities in the Ojai Valley Bike Coalition, and they are gearing up for regular community bike rides, safe routes to schools, and other bicycle advocacy. And then we are helping promote Ventura County workshops coming up. They are, 3 of 5 workshops that are about water-wise landscaping. Each workshop is 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Miners Oaks Elementary School. That's on Lomita Drive. And what we have coming up is Saturday, October 1st is a landscape design seminar. Saturday, October 15th, Lawn Be Gone, Build Soil and Capture Rain. And then on Saturday, October 22nd, a planting and irrigation workshop. And registration is www.greengardensgroup.com/events/tags/Ventura. But more importantly is the Ojai Valley Green Coalition.org website for all the news and information on the good work that we're doing in the community. That's Ojai Valley Green Coalition.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. John Brazenly?
Mayor Blatz, members of the council, I'm John Brazenly, 3945 Thatcher Road. I'm speaking in a general vein and about broad forces degrading democracy around the world and in the United States. Concerns among publics at large that decisions are being made by elites behind closed doors. It's a perception that is sometimes accurate, oftentimes not, but is blown up into paranoia, not just in the United States, but all around the Western world. We saw in last night's presidential debate abundant evidence of this, and in the commentary before and afterward. And so I would urge, particularly in this election year, when all eyes are on government at every level, including right here in Ojai, that the maximum possible transparency be used in public decision-making of all sorts by the City Council and by other governmental bodies. That's the extent of my comments. They're comments of sentiment, but they're also comments of concern for democratic systems generally, here and internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Michael Shapiro?
Good evening, council members, city attorney, city manager, sheriff. Michael Shapiro, Ojai, California. Months earlier, City Attorney Matt Summers advised Ojai's Historic Preservation Commission on the, quote, appearance of fairness, end quote, and that commissioners needed to avoid, quote, even a probability of outside influence. Attorney Summers' legal advice to those commissioners holds true, of course, to all agencies of city government, especially this city council, obviously. And the handout that the City Attorney Summers gave to the Historic Preservation Commissioners states the following, quote, due process in an administrative hearing demands an appearance of fairness and the absence of even a probability of outside influence on the adjudication. When I filed a complaint against Councilman Haney with the state's Fair Practices Policy Commission, I wasn't aware that that commission's purview was only having to do with financial conflicts of interest, and I'm satisfied that there has been no financial conflict of interest in that case. However, he most certainly did and continues to have an appearance of a lack of fairness and the probability of outside influence, quote unquote, all emphasized by Attorney Summers as something that all city government should steadfastly avoid. Councilman Haney demonstrates obvious conflicts regarding the gas blower issue, for example, given that he's the past president of the Ventura chapter of the California Landscape Contractors Association, whose goal has always been to block any attempts by towns and cities throughout the state to ban gas-powered blowers. It's obvious and clear to any rational being that as such, Councilman Haney has had and continues to present a significant lack of any appearance of fairness, and that there's been an obvious probability of outside influence on the adjudication of this issue. In fact, Councilman Haney gave Ojai's Director of Public Works, Greg Grant, literature and statistics from the California Landscape Contractors Association and from a gas blower power manufacturer for Mr. Grant to use to complete his report on this issue to the City Council. And that's like R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company providing material to the National Institute of Health for why we don't have to curb cigarette smoking. Councilman Haney therefore must recuse himself from any further discussion on this issue that will be before the City Council if you are to honor and respect the instructions and the guidelines that your own city attorney has already entered into the record. And I therefore also request that you also remove consent item number 1D from tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Peggy Lucera?
Mayor Blatz, members of the council, attorney, city manager. With due respect, and I do say this all with due respect, the efficient conductance of city council meetings seems to have repeatedly eluded this group. With critical issues like the legality of new water hookups during drought being offered up for discussion as late as 11:20 p.m., and some meetings lasting until midnight. The council also struggles with issues of transparency. One example of concern is the council's decision to hire a city manager in closed session without an open recruitment process. While this may or may not be technically legal, it is arguably unjust, denying the citizenry participation in and observation of the council's decision-making processes. More generally, the quality of the council's decision-making processes are of concern to me because I've repeatedly witnessed what I consider to be sound suggestions put forth by Council Member Betsy Clapp to be cursorily dismissed and referenced in a derogatory manner, once as merely symbolic, while other members of the council loudly proclaimed to be only interested in real solutions. It's disturbing that these members fail to appreciate the power of symbols to affect mass behavioral change in populations, and more disturbing that they fail to appreciate that we all have unique, individual, and gender-specific perceptions, values, and choices. Some members of the council will invariably fail to perceive certain features of a problem set that might well be perceived by others. For this reason, it is imperative that the comments of all members of the council and citizen participants in council proceedings be carefully and respectfully considered. A good default stance, if you don't see the value in a suggestion that someone makes, that is that you entertain the notion that the shortcoming could be your own. This brings me to one final point. This council is plagued with a creeping sexism. If any of you doubt this, I suggest that we send videos of a random selection of council meetings to any university's gender studies program or nonviolent communication center for assessment. This sexism is part and parcel of a general chauvinistic and authoritarian tone that pervades this chamber. It has no place in our society, and it has no place in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you. Sousa please don't applaud. Sousa Francina. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Blatz, council members, everyone. I have a simple, happy, non-controversial announcement. On behalf of the Ojai Bicycle Coalition and the Ojai Unified School District, I wanted to let you know that starting October 4th, 3 days a week, we're going to have the first bike train. It's going to wind from Summer Street down some of the little streets, picking up kids until we get to Topa Topa. And we're going to be doing this starting out 3 mornings a week at 7:40 a.m. I'm going to be among the first leaders of the group, being such an experienced cyclist. And I'm asking if on that day the police can be especially watchful for speeders. And so we may have, I don't know how many kids, but it could be a very large train of school-age children from all ages that go to Topa Topa School. And the plan is to bring the program into every school in the Ojai Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny Johnston.
Mayor, members of the council, other members of the august body. My name is Johnny Johnston, as many of you know, and it will come as no surprise or announcement that I am a candidate. So I'll get that elephant out of the room to start with. I'm also a concerned citizen about the way we proceed to deal with the public matters, and in specific, the hiring practices. I came before your body several weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, and brought a rumor that I had repeated and asked whether or not it were true. I didn't get an answer to the rumor, and the rumor was that the decision had already been made and there would be no open recruitment and selection for the chief administrator. I don't know if that's going to carry over to other executive positions in the city. But it was a yes or no question, and I didn't get an answer, although it appears the answer has been given if Carol Smith is correct. And I make these comments with some degree of discomfort and with no intended disrespect for an individual who, through no fault of his own, is part of the discussion. But the question of whether or not there is to be an open process goes right to the heart of how the government works here. I wouldn't be running for office if it were not. I'm not suggesting that anybody did anything illegal. I think you, Mayor, referred to it as shady. I'm not sure how we'll apply that word, but it was done outside the public forum. And personnel matters certainly should be done confidentially. Labor negotiations certainly need a degree of confidentiality. But the process by which decisions are made and the recruitments is perfectly legal to share that with everybody. But every time I spoke to a council person to ask the question, and I only did it twice, I was told that they couldn't answer the question because it was in closed session. So I think there's a misunderstanding about that particular part of the issue. When questions are raised, the answer I hear is that you don't have the proper information, you don't know what you're talking about. And that was the reason for the question. We didn't have the proper information, and maybe I didn't know what I was talking about, but it appears former Mayor Carol Smith did when she mentioned it several weeks ago. So I guess to kind of conclude this, when we're talking about things like raising taxes at the forum, sales tax, in order to hire economic development expertise, I certainly hope that was one of the criteria you were using when you made a direct appointment as opposed to recruiting for talent elsewhere. Not everybody has that. I hope your choice does. But expertise in the area of economic development, human resources, budgeting and finance are critical to a city manager in a small town. And I speak from personal experience. So I would hope in future that if you have other selections that you're going to make, that rather than do it as behind closed doors, that you will discuss the process openly and throw the net widely to get the best talent we can. It may very well be you have done that. So I hope that you are correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Francis?
Good evening, Mayor Blatz, council members. I'm just going to read a letter to you. It was written by Michael Shanahan. He is on the Ojai Unified School District Board. It says, "Dear council members, before the city council makes a final decision as to what process to pursue in hiring a city manager."
I'm going to interrupt you. There's been people that have come to the podium during public communication that this discussion properly is on an agenda item. So I'm going to ask you to wait until the agenda item comes up.
Well,
Number 6.
yeah, well, actually, this letter, just a point of order, and maybe you could just speak to the fact that, yes, this pertains to the city manager, but this is not speaking about the contract, the hiring contract for the city manager. This actually pertains to your process. So this letter I'm reading to you is about your hiring practices as opposed to agenda item 6, which is about whether or not to hire the city manager.
Okay, then I'm going to expect nobody in the audience under item number 6 to talk about our hiring practices. We'll do it now. Okay?
Go ahead. I think it's up to the council probably to make that decision.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start over. Dear council members, before the city council makes a final decision as to what process to pursue in hiring a city manager and whether to appoint the current interim without a public search, I encourage the council to hold extensive public discussion. Whether or not to conduct a public recruitment is an important decision, but especially so for a position as pivotal as the city manager. That conversation best occurs in public, providing a better understanding of the council's thinking and giving the public an opportunity to provide comment to the council. I say this as a member of the Ojai Unified School District Board, which recently made a similar decision. The Ojai Unified School District Board had extensive open session discussion about whether to have a selection process for the next superintendent and whether to appoint. Andy, voted to appoint Andy, and I still believe it was a good decision. Excuse me. We ultimately voted to appoint Andy, and I still believe it was a good decision. Agree or disagree with the ultimate result, our reasons were thoroughly discussed in open session. In fact, we delayed our decision by a month to assure further input from faculty when they returned from summer break. In this case, too, there may very well be a good reason to a direct appointment without a public search. But I encourage the council to thoroughly discuss the question in public and provide the public ample opportunity to comment before deciding. Thank you for your work. Michael Shanahan, Ojai, California.
All right, clearly that had to do with the hiring of the city manager, not about transparency. So here's what we're going to have to do. If anybody has any, because we can't comment on these comments if it comes before us under public communication. And if you don't want us to comment on our decision-making process, and all you want to do is talk about the contract, well, then we'll just do it right now, but we can't comment on it then. So I would ask that if anybody has anything, even closely related to the decision that we are going to be making tonight about the city manager, hold your comments until we get to that item on the agenda, please. Because some people are going to be double dipping, I bet. And that's not the intent. Sabrina Vargas? Excuse me, Vengus?
Sabrina Venskis, 407 Drone Avenue. I'm glad to hear that this council is open to hearing about the process of hiring the city manager. So I'm going to hold off on my reading of this letter from former Mayor Sue Horgan until the agenda item. I'm so very pleased to hear that you will be considering an open process for hiring the city manager. Thank you.
Okay. Carol Castron.
Good evening. My name's Carol Castanon, 913 Mercer Avenue. I too have a comment about transparency and the process for city managers, so I will wait.
Okay. Robin Gerber. Okay. All right. Anyone else wanting to address us on any items that are not currently before us on an agenda item? Yes.
Wayne Maynard, 609 Gridley Road. And I'm interested in the issue of the city adopting a building code for 2016. It's an issue I've been following. And in working on my research, the Building Appeals Committee, the agendas are posted, but there's no minutes posted from their meetings. They've had 3 meetings this year, and none of the minutes are posted. So I was hoping that you could direct city staff to get that work done so that I can continue with my research.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Mr. McClary, could you update us on the situation with the minutes?
Well, the Building Appeals Board recently selected their own secretary to prepare and bring minutes forward. I don't have a list in front of me of where they're at because I'm not the staff liaison to that, so I'd have to check on that or check with the secretary or the building
But I thought
board chair.
it'd be useful to make it clear to the public that prior to that, we, when the records manager resigned, we got behind on minutes.
That's correct. Actually, those minutes were never prepared by the records manager.
Well, we got behind.
It did cause some delay, that's true.
Helpful to answer part of that question.
Okay, well, let's.
But I have
get
to
them
look
done
into
as
that.
soon as
I'm not sure where we're at with that, so
Okay.
happy to look into it.
Great. Anybody else wishing to address us? No? All right, let's move on.
There's a hand.
Oh, okay, come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Blatz and council. My name is Tom Bates. I live at 518 South Ventura Street, and my comment is actually about the comment card language. Since you've just told us we should not make comments regarding the city manager hiring in any way during public comments, the card says that the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting that is designated for topics not on the agenda will be limited to 30 minutes. The remainder of speakers who have not been heard, presumably who want to address an agenda item during the 30-minute public comment period, will be heard at the end of the meeting once the agenda items have been addressed. So I don't quite understand how that allows people to comment about agenda items in a discussion sort of way rather than simply after the fact, which does not seem fair.
Okay, hold on. I'll explain it to you. This is a time when somebody can come in and talk to us about anything at all.
Except an agenda item.
No, yes, except an agenda item. It's under the agenda item that everybody has an opportunity to speak about that agenda item.
It's not the wording of this pink slip. So it's confusing for someone to read the pink slip, which says, will be heard at the end of the meeting, the council meeting, once the agenda items have been addressed. The agenda items have been addressed, meaning all agenda items have been addressed.
That's correct.
So they're not addressed when the agenda item comes up. The agenda item on the agenda for today says that Agenda 6 is receive public comment and then segue into adopting the resolution, so that any agenda item discussion as comments at the end of the meeting after the agenda items have been addressed are completely moot at that point.
Well, clearly that's not the way it is.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a suggestion?
That is the wording.
May I make a suggestion maybe that could resolve this? Clearly, there's people that want to speak, and there seems to be quite a few people. Item 6 is quite far into the agenda, and some other items that are before it are maybe...
I am going to be rearranging.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should bring item 6 forward.
Well, I'm not going to bring it to the front, but I will bring it forward.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Just so that everybody understands, because of the fact that many people were beginning to address us in public comment, that there were so many public comments that we weren't able to get to the business of the city during our regular agenda. It had nothing to do with being able to speak. If 100 people were here and wanted to speak on one agenda item, all 100 people are going to be heard on that. It only has to do with the public comment, that we allow the first half hour of our meeting for public comment, and then if there's other speakers that wish to speak on any topic, nothing to do with the agenda items, then they come back after we're done with our agenda items, even if it's past 10:30. We're here, we are not allowed to take up any new agenda item after 10:30, but we certainly can hear public comment after 10:30. So I hope that that clarifies it. This card has nothing to do with us not taking public comment prior to a decision and deliberation on an agenda item. Anybody else wishing to address us? No? Okay. We'll move on to the consent item, or reports of the council members. Anybody have a report? Councilmember Lara?
I had two, and Susan Francina already addressed the bikes to, route to school. I have two daughters that are also going to be joining some of those routes, so I'm happy. I went to Topa Topa School, so I'm excited that they're doing a trial knock for October. And then also the second item, I brought it last meeting. There's been concern in the from neighbors on Cañada about cars speeding, especially in the morning. And it was brought to my attention again this morning that there's some neighbors trying to slow down cars that they're not slowing down. And I know that there's the bus stop right there on the corner, Eucalyptus and Cañada. So I'm hoping that Chief Kenny or could address that. So those are my only two updates.
Okay. No, I'm free. Anyone else? No? All right. Then we are going to move on to our consent item, and we've had one request that item D be removed. Any other items that we want to have removed? No? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Move consent calendar A, B, and C.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. Okay, item D, we're pulling at the request of Mr. Shapiro, and that item has to do with changes to local conflict of interest code. Mr. McClary, do you have any report on that?
This is the, The city needs to update and review its conflict of interest code by October 1st of odd years to determine if it's inaccurate, or alternative, the code must be amended. We did not get the code amended in 2015, and we are bringing forward with a recommended change to the code so that we can be current with state law.
All right. Any questions or comment by the council?
No.
Because I pulled this issue, there isn't any speaker's card. Mr. Shapiro, did you want to address us on it? No. Okay. All right. All right, then I will entertain a motion on item D.
So moved.
Second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp? No. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. All right, we have several agenda items tonight, and some of them, I believe, there's more speakers here than others, and some of them, I think, have a more urgent, are more urgent than others, and I want to make sure we get to all of them. So I'm going to rearrange our order of our agenda, and we're going to go item 2, then item 6, then item 2, item 5, and item 6. And if we have time permitting, then we'll go to item 3. So the first item that we're going to get to is a public hearing. It's on leaf blower ordinance. Mr. McClary?
Thank you. I'll be turning the report over to Mr. Grant, our Public Works Director.
Welcome, Mr. Grant.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is a public hearing that we're holding to receive public testimony relative to use of leaf blowers and to introduce an ordinance that would revise the city's noise standards and regulations relating to leaf blowers. The City Council has considered revising these regulations several times over the past few years, with many public outreach meetings being held. I'd like to now refer to a slideshow, if you could pull that up, that will recap the ordinance guidelines that are being proposed. The proposed requirements include a business license for commercial operators, as required by the Ojai Municipal Code. Initially, the license will be confirmed before a blower certificate is provided. There will also be an equipment certification for commercial operators on an annual certification cycle. That would include a leaf blower regulation summary as part of the certification. It would confirm that a company representative received a copy and understood the rules, which would help with them enforcing that throughout their staff. It would also include that private individuals are subject to all requirements of the code, the new code, proposed code, but
Mr.
are not.
Grant, if I could interrupt you just for 1 second, I failed to announce to the audience that we do have a Spanish language translator here this evening. So if anybody needs any help in English to Spanish, if we do have the earpieces, do you have the earpieces?
We do,
Is there
yes.
anybody that needs? Maybe you make the announcement for me, Madam Translator?
Here?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Buenas noches. Para aquellos que quieran escuchar esta presentación en español, tengo audífonos aquí, pueden venir a recogerlos y pueden escuchar todo en español.
Anybody needing it? No?
We did pay for them, so we hope you'll use
Okay.
them.
Why don't you just sit tight? There may be somebody that shows up that will need it. Thank you very much.
Everybody sure? We'd be glad to pass them around. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about the interruption, Mr. Grant.
Okay. I think I was reviewing the proposed ordinance requirements, and I was down to the bottom of the first slide here, where it talked about business licenses and contact information would be required to be displayed at the place of work. That could be through a temporary sign at the property or on the truck. Requirements include restricted hours of operation. It would be from 8 to 5 p.m., Monday through Saturday. For commercial, it's prohibited on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. For private, it's prohibited on Sundays and holidays only. There's a low noise requirement. It's a primary part of this ordinance, that gas-powered leaf blowers must be low noise leaf blowers. These have been talked about extensively in the previous hearings. They would be 65 decibels or lower. It's kind of a standard in the industry now that they have for low noise blowers by the bigger manufacturers like Still and Echo and so on. And it's prominently displayed with a sticker on the equipment, which says 65 dB. They generally have the dB marked even for higher, noisier blowers. So it's as certified by the manufacturer. It's through an ANSI specification standard, and it's clearly marked by the manufacturer on the housing. But additionally, the city, in this approach, would have a certification, which would be a sticker on the blower as well, that shows that blower meets our requirements, and they've had the personnel trained according to these other requirements. Requirements also include no cuttings, refuse, or debris be blown into neighboring properties or into the street or gutter. Further, their standing operating equipment would be required that they have the factory silencer muffler attached and that it be maintained in good working order. The staff further recommends that there be no excessive dust allowed to be blown into neighbor properties or the street. For exemptions, we would propose that there be allow a walk-behind gas-powered blower louder than 65 dB for pavement repair. That relates to standard of the industry, is this walk-behind heavy-duty blower that cleans pavement off to make sure that slurries and striping adhere properly to the pavement. Requirements for private versus commercial operation. The standards apply to all, both private and commercial, but only the commercial is required to have the certifications. For public education, we proposed during the implementation phase to have newspaper ads describing the new ordinance, and then we'd propose the flyers be mailed to all relevant licensed businesses. There's categories in the city's business licenses for gardening and landscaping and so on that we could target to help with the outreach effort, and that the flyers be handed out to operators through Public Works and other efforts we could help implement this. Internally, we could also recommend requiring that the garden services contractors, which obtain business licenses, show the proof of the blower certification on their before they obtain their new business license. For enforcement, there's warnings initially with progressive fines for repeat or blatant violations. The code currently provides for infraction enforcement, which would be up to $50 for the first violation, up to $100 for the second violation within the same year, and then a maximum of $250 fine for infractions. This would be carried out through the code enforcement officer. Public Works Department would provide support with fix-it tickets, the certification process, and also help with warnings and information flyers distributed if anybody was seeing in the initial phase throughout the community. And we'd have flyers recapping the rules in English and Spanish provided to any warning actions. For the certification fee, we'd recommend as an incentive for businesses that the fee be waived until July 1st, 2017. This would allow an incentive for the businesses to get out there and get all their equipment certified at no fee. And we'd recommend for the initial fee $40 for up to 6 blowers with a decal, and that would be adopted along with the annual certification fee, the annual fee schedule, excuse me. The financial impact is mostly indirect. It's code enforcement effort will be costly, especially in the initial phase, and the administrative effort to develop and issue annual certificates has cost implications. The air quality, there's a significant number of leaf blowers which will be replaced in the city with this new low noise gas blower ordinance. So there'll be cycling out of a lot of the older blowers. And the performance requirements reduce dust generation that I reviewed previously. The annual certification would assure the blowers meet performance standards and assure heavily worn blowers are replaced. For environmental review, the city attorney recommends CEQA exemption under a general rule that CEQA only applies to projects with potential of causing a significant negative effect on the environment. The proposed ordinance will not have a significant negative effect on the environment. In conclusion, this proposed ordinance would lift the current ban on the use of gas-powered leaf blowers in residential zones. It would permit the use of low-noise gas-powered blowers in all zones with the requirements as outlined previously. And it would continue to allow electric blowers in all zones with no noise limit, but they would be required to agree with all the existing regulations that we've just outlined. Is there any questions I can answer on that?
Any questions of council or of Mr.?
Mayor Blatz, I have a couple, very
Yes,
very
Mayor Pro Tem.
quick. Your recommended effective date for the certifications is independent of any of the other provisions' effective date? In other words, the licensing, the display, the license, all of that? I just want to make sure I understand your recommendation.
Yeah, to clarify the recommendation, it would be no cost certification up until July 1st of 2017.
Okay,
At that
no
point, the
cost,
fee would
no
apply.
cost certification, but required on the effective date of the ordinance, but not costing anything until July 1st. That's all
Exactly.
you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay. And my next question is on the fugitive dust issue. I notice you have basically the limitation on blowing, out into public roadways and everything. I've looked at other ordinances in other cities, and they use first of all, some of them have a total ban on anything leaving the property. And number two, they often use the word of stabilized surfaces. No use of blowers on anything other than stabilized surfaces. And what that means is you've got a bunch of sand or dust or gravel without, in other words, here's a definition, for example, I'm going to give of a stabilized surface. This is in Maricopa County, Arizona. They say you cannot use a leaf blower unless it's a stabilized surface, defined as treated with asphaltic concrete, cement concrete, hardscape, penetration treatment of bituminous material, and C-coat of bituminous binder, and a mineral aggregate, decomposed granite cover, grass, etc. I won't bore everybody with everything. Was there any consideration trying to tighten up the fugitive dust provisions along those lines?
And to make sure I understood that, you're saying they require that you only be allowed to use it with those surfaces?
Yeah, for example, this is in Arizona. They say you can only operate leaf blowers on surfaces that you are banned from operating leaf blowers on surfaces that have not been stabilized.
I guess I'd be concerned with, I've heard some discussion of these different interpretations, and my concern would be, I think the original intention was for leaf blowing on lawns and so on like that, so.
Well, that's stabilized.
That would be stabilized, okay.
Yeah, that, according to the definition, that's stabilized.
Okay, all right then.
It's more the issue of, first of all, the issue of keeping things on the property. We've all seen the blowers in the street or blowing things into the street, which we don't, I think, any of us appreciate. But there's also sometimes the misuse where you've got a completely unstabilized surface raising a huge fugitive dust cloud, even in a situation that's totally on private property, that probably is not good for the air quality. And I think that's why I see a lot of these ordinances with this provision. I just wondered if you had a consideration of that particular type of provision.
I'd be glad to take a look, and we could consider revision on that, but I don't have a
thank
time
you.
on it now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I do have a question for Mr. Grant. Do we have adequate resources to enforce this ordinance?
The code enforcement officer, I know, has a lot of priorities out there, but certainly council directs the priorities, and if that was a priority for code enforcement, they could make this one.
Okay.
And I'd like to say, as I mentioned there, that Public Works was talking about assisting in that effort as well.
Because I know one of the concerns when you do an ordinance is the enforceability.
Mm-hmm.
And I know with vacation rentals, that's one of our most difficult issues, is enforcement, because voluntary compliance isn't working. And so that would require a large budget. And I'm just wondering if we have the finances to do that.
If I could comment, please. I think it would be analogous to enforcement, even if you were looking at something along the lines of traffic enforcement. You can always increase the resources towards the enforcement. Of course, that's a question that comes back to council in terms of where you want to put your resources. I would say once we have the junior code enforcement officer on board, this would be a duty that could be assigned to them, and they could be quite effective with that. And then in terms of our effectiveness going forward, if the council felt that we needed to increase the number of hours towards enforcement of this effort, that could certainly be directed.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other comments? Questions of Mr. Grant? Yes.
Mayor, I just had one comment too, and it was the same thing that Mr. Wyrick was talking about, and that's fugitive dust as far as eliminating, in line items, in line 6, it says, "No cuttings, refuse, or debris are blown onto neighborhood properties or onto streets or gutters." And I think we could add no blowing down of decomposed granite, no blowing down of solid dirt surfaces, as well as gravel surfaces. I'd be inclined to maybe add that into it and then let the council discuss that too.
I'd be in favor of that.
Okay.
Assuming we get that far.
Right.
Okay.
I do have another question, Mr. Mayor. I know we don't have a statistic on this, but there is on page 2-3 under private versus commercial operation. It says only commercial operators are required to certify their leaf blowers. Do we have any idea statistically the percentage of private operators of leaf blowers in the community? I'm asking because it sounds like there's going to be no requirement for the new improved, if there is such a thing, leaf blower on the residents, on individual residents.
Well, keep in mind that these, all these performance standards apply to the private operator as well. It's just with the assumption that they use them much less than a commercial operator, there's not a requirement to certify, but they still could be cited for breaking any of these regulations that are set there. So they're still required to abide by low noise gas blowers, all the restriction performance standards are outlined there within. So they could, if they're egregiously or repeatably offending the violation, the new ordinance, then they would be cited for that.
Okay. Any other comments? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Grant. We have many speakers' cards on this agenda item. So let's start off with Judy DeVore.
Okay, good evening. It's Judy DeVore. I live in the city of Ojai. One point everyone can agree on is that the health of our environment is of critical importance, and if we ignore it, we do so at our peril. That agreed upon value is embodied by state law in the California Environmental Quality Act, known, as you all know, as CEQA. CEQA makes environmental protection.
Pardon me, could you hold a point? Would you mind waiting until Mr. McCleary and our mayor are done speaking so that
my time over.
He can have his full attention? Thank you.
Yeah, excuse us just for 1 second. That's different. So, is there one in here from Mr. Coleman? Maybe you could just invite Mr. Coleman. Okay, I'll do Judy first. Okay, continue, Mr. Moore.
Okay, all right. As I said, everyone can agree that the health of our environment is of critical importance, and that if we ignore it, we do so at our peril. The agreed-upon value is embodied by state law in the California Environmental Quality Act, known to everyone as CEQA. CEQA makes environmental protection a mandatory part of every agency's decision-making process by requiring a protocol of analysis and public disclosure of any and all potentially significant environmental impacts of a proposed action, and the adoption of all feasible measures to mitigate those impacts. The proposed amendment will allow the use of gas-powered leaf blowers throughout the city, 8 to 5, Monday through Saturday. Council's position, as I understand it, is that its adoption of the amendment falls within 2 statutory exemptions from CEQA, and therefore it can lawfully avoid doing the analysis and public disclosure required by that law. Ojai Citizens for Clean Air, OCA, retain the law firm of Venskis and Associates to review the city's position. Bottom line is that the exemptions don't apply, and therefore the city cannot lawfully adopt the proposed ordinance without first doing the required analysis and public disclosure. In summary, here's why. Relying on its first exemption, the city posits that the ordinance allowing gas-powered leaf blowers to operate from Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5, is exempt because it will protect the environment by, quoting from the current administrative report on the subject, it will be replacing a previously unenforced ban on such blowers with regulations, which we all just heard, allowing such use as long as they operate at 65 decibels or less and operators comply with strict performance standards that are intended to reduce any noise, dust, and air quality impacts. CEQA requires that claims of exemption are supported by substantial evidence. The city's claim assumes that the 2014 moratorium on the existing ban of gas-powered leaf blowers resulted in an increased use of those blowers, and then speculates that that increase is so great that the proposed amendment will necessarily result in less usage and therefore protect the environment. If you didn't understand that, it's a little convoluted, but I'll repeat it if you need it. The city fails to provide facts on which it bases its assumptions, and of course, its speculation on how much usage increase came out of its decision not to enforce the ban. That is nothing more than a guess. The proposed amendment therefore fails to qualify for the protects the environment exemption because it rests entirely on assumption and speculation. In addition, certain of the ordinance's strict performance standards are too vague to be enforced and therefore will do nothing to protect the environment. For example, and it's funny you just mentioned it yourself because a couple of you had questions about it. For example, gas and electric blowers are allowed as long as, quote, no excessive dust is blown onto neighboring properties or into the street or public right-of-way. Well, what does that mean? When does dust become excessive? Dust blower operators can't fairly or reasonably be expected to abide by rules that have no parameters. Hopeful, yet hopelessly vague language like this is not what CEQA means by an action that will protect the environment. One more point. CEQA requires that the cumulative impacts of an ordinance be taken into account. Even if it were a fact that the 2014 suspension of the ban resulted in greater use of gas-powered blowers than when the ban was being enforced, allowing them on an ongoing and otherwise permanent basis, as the proposed ordinance will do, will necessarily result in more damage. The proposed ordinance will create near constant air pollution and increase greenhouse emissions that unquestionably degrade the environment, not protect it.
Please wrap it up.
The second exemption the city relies on is equally inapplicable. It applies only where there's
Please wrap it up.
I have time here.
No, that means you're out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. May I have another 15 seconds?
We'll be glad to put it as part of the record.
All right.
We have lots of speakers
All right.
and no
That's
one
fine.
person.
That's fine. I have
Yeah.
a copy of council's letter for all of you.
Okay,
It'll
thank you.
summarize my position.
Thank you. All right, the city manager was, or the interim city manager was talking to me about the fact that we had agreed to have a short presentation by the Calamays, and there was nothing on the agenda that indicated that, and no card. Are they here? No?
Yes.
Oh, they are,
Yes.
okay.
And this is the Ojai Citizens for Clean Air.
Okay.
And Sherry Ann Kate, an initial introduction.
Okay.
And then we have a video and.
So you need to come to the microphone so you can be heard.
Yeah, come on up, and this was something that was prearranged and approved by me on the agenda tonight. As you know, we usually do not allow speakers to take time up with their videos and everything unless it's prearranged. So you're welcome to proceed. Come on up, Sherry Ann.
Thank you. The Ojai Citizens for Clean Air, or OCCA, has been granted an opportunity to respond to the draft ordinance being brought forward tonight. OCCA was formed to advocate for good air quality, public health for the residents of Ojai. We are currently pending as a 501c3 organization. Our initial presentation is going to be given tonight by Dr. Stephen Colomay, a resident of Ojai and a public health expert. Dr. Colomay has a doctoral degree in public health from Harvard University and has been on the faculty of UCLA and UC Irvine. While at UCLA, he was deputy director of the Multi-University Center for Particle Research and has an extensive publication record on health effects and exposure to environmental contaminants and hazards. He has advised and or been on committees of agencies ranging from the National Academy of Sciences, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on the development of air quality standards, Department of Defense on inhalation hazards of combat troops in desert environments, NASA on the safety of our astronauts on the International Space Station, foreign governments, as well as local air boards in California. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Stephen Colomé.
Welcome, Dr. Colomé.
Thank you. And we're actually going to start this out with a public service announcement. This was a video that was produced for the City of Studio, the Studio City Neighborhood Council, and it's informative in giving you a sense for why an increasing number of communities in the state of California are banning all blowers in their use. Have you got that?
Residents of Los Angeles, did you know that for more than 10 years it has been illegal in Los Angeles to operate a gas-powered leaf blower within 500 feet of a residence? Let me repeat that. For more than 10 years, per LA Municipal Code 112.4C, it has been illegal to operate a gas-powered leaf blower within 500 feet of any Los Angeles residence. I know what you're saying. That's crazy. I see them every day. You may even be hearing or looking at one right now. I'm Ed Begley. We've all been hearing them and choking on their dust and debris for far too long, and we need to do something about it. Yeah, we should be doing something about it. What we should be saying is, why are they still around? And more importantly, why are they illegal in the first place? Well, gas-powered leaf blowers are powered by extremely dirty two-stroke engines, and there are 4 major health hazards from having gas leaf blowers in operation: exhaust pollution, particulate pollution, the quantity of pollution, and noise pollution produced by them. Various local governments around the country have already taken action recommending cities, school districts, community college districts, and entire counties stop using gas-powered leaf blowers in their maintenance and cleanup operation. Exhaust emissions from leaf blowers consist of hydrocarbons from both burned and unburned fuel, which combine with other gases in the atmosphere to form ozone, carbon monoxide, fine particulate matter, and other toxic air contaminants in the unburned fuel, including benzene, 1,3-butadiene, and formaldehyde. According to a current article in the Los Angeles Daily News, the rate of asthma for children in Los Angeles is now 11%, up 3% from the LA Public Health Study in 2004. Children take in far more pollutants per pound of body weight than adults and are more prone to get diseases such as asthma. 1 out of 9 children in Los Angeles suffers from asthma. The EPA has estimated that gas-powered lawn equipment contributes between 10 and 20% of the carbon emissions that contribute to greenhouse gases. That's almost equal to all the automobiles on our roads. It has been estimated that 1 leaf blower contributes the same exhaust pollution into the air in the course of 1 hour as 17 older model vehicles without smart devices, or 80 fuel-efficient vehicles, such as the type we drive today. Also, along with the exhaust pollution from leaf blowers, 20 tons of particulate matter is dispersed into the air every day. Particulate matter includes such elements as harmful chemicals, dust, pesticides, leaves, fertilizers, insects, spores, molds, fecal matter, and allergic fungi, to name just a few. The UCLA School of Public Health states that children, elderly, and leaf blower users who take in the particulate matter are significantly risking their health. A professor of toxicology at the UCLA School of Public Health, Dr. John Freunds, wrote in a letter to the LA City Council that the effects of particulate matter on the human body may cause severe lung and respiratory problems, allergies, and other organic dust problems. Currently, valley fever is dangerously on the rise. Listen to how much quieter these exhaust-free, non-polluting, and eco-friendly electric-powered models are while doing your yard work.
See, my mower's very quiet. We like it that way. No emissions either. You wouldn't even be able to hear me right now because it's a gas-powered blower.
They are available in leaf blowers, lawn mowers, weed whackers, and hedge trimmers. Also, don't be afraid to pick up a rake or push a motorless mower for all your yard work needs. So please, talk to your landscaper and instruct them to use only electric-powered and/or non-polluting equipment for all of your lawn maintenance needs. There are local landscapers who offer non-polluting alternatives and are dedicated to being completely green and eco-friendly. Just say no to gas-powered leaf blowers and the unnecessary pollution they cause. This pollution threatens the health of the workers who operate this type of equipment, our children, our elderly, our community, and the future of our planet. Again, gas-powered leaf blowers have been illegal in LA for more than 10 years, and both landscaper and homeowner can each get a $100 citation if its use is reported. It's a law that has never been aggressively or effectively enforced, and it's time for that to change. We want cleaner air for all of our Los Angeles residents. Please go to our website to find out how you can make a difference with this illegal and easy-to-fix problem. Go to www.scnc.info. I'm Ed Begley. Thank you for caring about our environment and the quality of health in Los Angeles.
We have the microphone back.
Thank you.
This was a publicly funded PSA, and it's really very accurate. And what I'd like to do is to reframe this issue in terms of a public health issue and public health concern. One problem with all of the deliberations that this council has had to date is that it's been conducted with 3-minute presentations where we either hear that we can't operate and clean our yards without a blower, or that blowers drive us crazy. That is not a way in which to deliberate complex technical issues like this one. So in framing this as an occupational health, a public health, and an environmental issue, the first concern is for that of the gardeners who strap these devices on their backs. They breathe a cocktail, literally, of cancer-causing vapors and lung-damaging dusts. Also of concern is the health of the residents of Ojai who are subjected to particulate matter known to have serious health effects, including aggravation of asthma, decreased lung function, respiratory irritation, early death in persons with heart or lung disease, heart attacks, and here in Ojai, valley fever. And I will give you at the end of this a packet of information on the health effects of particulate matter, including the type of particulate matter that's generated by these, I will call them dust blowers from here on out. The environmental concerns include basic nuisance dust, soiling of cars, homes, covering solar panels so that they're less efficient, depletion of soil nutrients, and visibility reduction. These are complex technical issues, and we need the input of arborists, soil experts, aerosol scientists, ecologists, to properly and effectively evaluate the environmental effects of the proposal that's in front of you tonight. So if we can cue up the next video, which is a video taken in Ojai, and I will continue to talk over that. These are not simple issues. They are complex, and they involve multiple categories of expertise. The job of this council, as a council, is to sort fact, assertion, half-truths, and lies. The 3-minute format of these hearings is simply not amenable to exploring the complex technical issues that we have here. This staff and this council, frankly, have not done their homework to be self-informed and to inform the public and the gardening community of the exposures that they have. It turns out that not very long ago, Ojai had one of the worst air qualities in the state of California and the nation. We remain vulnerable to a return to those days if we do not remain ever vigilant and prevent additional sources of air pollution. This vulnerability is due to the small volume of this lovely deep valley and the meteorological tendency of any emissions to slosh back and forth between Ventura, Ojai, and Upper Ojai, and back again, sometimes remaining airborne for weeks at a time. Now, this is a hard surface that this leaf blower, this blower is blowing on, and I think you can see the cloud. That cloud just lifted up and wafted into other neighborhoods in Ojai. It's on a hard surface, and there's no other way. You can't generate a cloud like this with a broom. Now, it's interesting that no effort whatsoever is being made to capture and collect the debris here. It's simply being blown off a surface, blown up into the air, forming particulate matter that's harmful, damaging to health and the environment. Now we get to the uncomfortable part of my presentation. This is an issue, I think, of open government, of good government. We've heard it earlier today, and I didn't know this was going to happen, of transparent government, and of a city council that should be setting an example for law-abiding residents and contractors. Tonight, this council is considering what I'm going to consider a cockamamie and convoluted legal argument to get out from complying with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, one of our premier environmental laws. Hiding behind the veil of attorney-client privilege and closed session discussion, this council is attempting to circumvent its ultimate responsibility under CEQA to inform itself in its decision-making process, the gardeners, hardworking gardeners in our community, and the public of the health and environmental effects of their proposal to reverse, and this is a reversal of a long-standing ban on gas-powered dust and leaf blowers. So what is this council hiding from? CEQA is designed exactly for this type of issue, where there are complex technical and scientific facts that need to be investigated and sorted, and where the decision makers and public are entitled to the truth. Somewhere along the line, the council, with the participation of our city attorney, concocted a plan to avoid their obligation under CEQA for full disclosure. But stop a minute. This city is attempting to hide from the disclosure of environmental effects and pull a legal sleight of hand to circumvent the obligations under CEQA? Ojai City Council? You've got to be kidding me. Think of the hypocrisy of that. What would this city think if your contractors and developers coming in for permits took the same attitude toward your rules and regulations? Shameful. So what's going on here? Well, Councilmember Haney assures us that he can objectively consider this proposal. However, he has made both public and private statements that belie that assurance. I will point to just two issues that our group has uncovered from public information requests. This February, Councilmember Haney communicated with Larry Will, a retired engineer from the Echo Blower Company. Well, now, while Mr. Will may know about the design of blowers, he certainly does not understand public health, aerosol science, development of emission standards, alternatives to blowers, or occupational exposures. Contacting Mr. Will, and I've come up with the same comment that Michael Shapiro did, as an expert witness, is akin to asking R.J. Reynolds to be telling us about the damaging health effects of cigarette smoke. Also this February, in his letter to the FPPC, the Fair Practices Political Commission, Mr. Haney asserted that he has not made up his mind on how he will vote, but he's concerned that our most vulnerable citizens, and he defines those, for the sake of property maintenance because of increased cost, will end up with unkept property that will fill with debris. Well, this is a bunch of malarkey not supported by the facts. The facts in 36 communities in the state of California that ban either gas or gas and electric blowers, and that number is increasing. The truly most vulnerable are the gardeners themselves who breathe a toxic soup of gases and particles, along with seniors, young children, and all other breathing members of this public, which I hope is most of us in this room. Unfortunately, this gets worse. The city has taken information directly from the legislative program of a special interest lobby group, the California Landscape Contractors Association, to develop the proposal that our city engineer just gave to you. In his administrative report on January 14th of this year, Greg Grant stated that leaf blower engines must be designed to meet stringent EPA and CARB standards, and that newer standards will cut emissions by 74%. Now, I'm a scientist, so I emailed and spoke with Mr. Grant, and I said, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't think that number is right. I said, well, you know, as an engineer, he ought to be able to tell me where that number is derived. It requires some baseline, an emission factor, and an intervention. I asked for the math behind that calculation that must have been his. He informed me that he didn't know how it was derived, that he had gotten it from another source, but he didn't disclose what that source was. Well, I'm also going to give you the legislative agenda of the Landscape Contractors Association of California, because it turns out that's where that number came from, and it's wrong. Shame on you. And you will get copies of the legislative agenda that have three priorities in the Landscape Contractors Association, one of which is to prevent these bans. So what are the trends in other cities in California? Other cities are adopting bans, or they're strengthening the enforcement of existing bans. The count is now 36 communities in California. And oh yes, Ojai, our very Ojai, is the first community in the state of California seriously considering a reversal of an existing ban on gas blowers. Is that the reputation and the legacy that we want to have on this issue? I'd hope not. So I'm going to talk about just two communities. One of the first that ever adopted a ban, and that was Laguna Beach. They adopted a ban in 1993, and when new contractors came in, they decided they'd better strengthen that. So they added the police force in 2011 to enhance the enforcement and to enforce it both on property owners as well as contractors. Well, Laguna Beach is an artist community. It has a village character. It's probably the one city in Orange County that's at all like Ojai. There are no chain stores. It's got a strong tourist draw. I spoke with their community development director, and they're quite happy with the silence, the lack of dust, and guess what? The city's clean. Los Gatos, a city just out in Silicon Valley, they're one of the most recent cities to have adopted a ban, and they adopted that ban in 2015. That's also a leafy town on the edge of Silicon Valley with a walkable downtown, good restaurants, tourist attractions. Well, Mr. Larry Will, who our Councilman Haney contacted, tried to weigh in with that council. They saw through his arguments and dismissed it, passed a ban at the beginning of 2015. I spoke with the head of their enforcement division, the code enforcement, and they're very happy after a whole season of fall leaf droppings a year ago not to have any leaf blowers in town. Perfectly happy with it. This council, the staff, has not done the homework to investigate what other communities are doing. Do we seriously want to be the first and the only to adopt this? There are serious problems with the administrative report and the current draft ordinance. Enforcement would be by an understaffed code enforcers, and interestingly, no longer is the police department involved. They were involved before, and in communities where there is effective enforcement, the police department, who is the best at triage and setting priorities in terms of what they look at, should be involved. Secondly, there's this lack of definition of excessive dust. Was what you saw in that video in Ojai excessive? Well, I sure hope so. But I'm going to tell you, and this is really a very embarrassing part of that, I saw a similar dust cloud lifting off of Clough Park. A leaf blower operator was going along the sidewalk. The dust cloud was ricocheting against the wall, going into Ojai Avenue. It happened to have been a busy day, and a lot of cars were passing, a light was turning, and somebody was at a crosswalk, and cars were closing their windows. Again, this operator didn't do anything to collect debris. They were just blowing cigarette wrappers and whatever else into the street. Well, that operator is a city employee, and that was a few weeks ago. We've been dealing with this for 2 years. If the city and its own staff can't deal with this, what kind of enforcement are we going to see? Mr. Grant talked about the EPA standards being stringent. Well, they're only stringent in the eyes of the blower manufacturers. You're going to hear other testimony today that these small 75 cc displacement engines are extremely polluting. It's a matter of physics. You just can't make them clean. They're not clean. And what you saw in the video is accurate. The claim that annual certification will help assure unnecessary blowing of dirt and resulting dust generation is minimized, it's sheer nonsense. So the effort, and finally, the effort to skirt CEQA disclosures is unseemly at best and opens the city to litigation and to correct this flawed effort to bypass the law. So I'll try to wrap up here. This is a public health issue. Those affected include garden workers with this polluting, cancer-causing source strapped to their backs, spewing emissions into their breathing zone. I urge you not to act on this proposal before you, to workshop this issue, to bring in experts, and allow detailed discussion and fact-finding, which you haven't done. I also urge you to join the growing list of enlightened communities that have been through the arguments of leaf blower manufacturers, have seen through the arguments, and special interest lobbyists, and return to enforcement of the current municipal ordinance that you have on the books. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Calamay. Yes, Dr. Calamay?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Would you agree that our current ordinance has absolutely no regulation of fugitive dust from any kind of, from blowers of, no matter how powered?
Well, it's a noise ordinance.
That's my point. There is no fugitive dust regulations in our current ordinance.
Yeah, it is a noise ordinance if we were enforcing that ordinance fully, and to the extent that there are operators that are still law-abiding and are not using those blowers, we're not seeing dust blown by blowers.
Dust blown by gas-powered blowers.
Correct.
They could still be dust from electric blowers.
Yeah, and
Just want to make sure we're clear on the facts here.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Go ahead.
I have one quick question. Does Cal OSHA or Cal Air Resources Board have any sort of say in the matter of the workers and protecting workers or the public?
Well, protecting workers is the job of Cal OSHA. I've actually talked to both the regional director for Cal OSHA that oversees this, and I work closely with the California Air Resources Board. Now, what's interesting is that the California Air Resources Board, their mandate is to lower community-based air pollution. The only monitor we have in the Ojai Valley is on the East End fire station. And so the emission standards that they generate are emission standards that are generated to keep the levels that are measured of ozone and carbon monoxide and so forth at the East End fire station within compliance of state and federal code. They do not have a mandate or a mission to protect workers who strap highly polluting backpacks on their back. And they do the best that they can with emission standards, but the technology itself, the physics won't allow those to be non-polluting or lesser polluting. Cal OSHA, when I asked them about their priority, their answer was, look, we've got one inspector for every 100,000 employees of this state. We have to set our priorities for protecting life and limb of people who are in heavy manufacturing and heavy construction. They have absolutely no jurisdiction for solo proprietors, and they have no standards for, it really is a matter of fact that farm workers and garden workers and others get a real short shrift when it comes to occupational standards to protect them.
I have one other question. The video you showed, where was that? Where'd you get that video?
Well, it was on YouTube, but we spoke with the copyright holder of that.
Not that video. The leaf blower operator.
Well, I took that video.
Where? In town?
It's in town, and I'll just tell you that cloud was heading over to Mercer. And was anybody who had any line laundry to dry or solar panels on their roof was going to have it covered with that dust.
What was the playground?
No, it was concrete.
No, the playground. There was a playground in that video. It looked like a child's playground.
It's a daycare
A
facility.
daycare center.
Yeah.
So that was all being blown. And I have one more question. I don't think that operator had hearing protection and dust protection.
He had a, what's called a carpenter mask on his nose.
Just a paper
It's a
mask.
it's a
Is that
paper mask
effective?
that, well, it does absolutely nothing for the gaseous, the cancer-causing chemicals that he's inhaling, and it does absolutely nothing for the fine particles that are associated with the deleterious health effects,
Including valley fever?
including valley fever. Yeah, because the spores for that fungus are extremely small.
So back to the Cal OSHA, basically what you're saying is they have more dangerous situations in workers' environments that they are having to concentrate on, so that these workers tend to be neglected as far as the inspectors going out and making sure that they're getting protected. Is that what you're saying?
Their primary obligation is saving life and limb from serious.
Industrial accidents.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Thank you very much.
I just have a couple.
Yes, Councilman Haney.
Doctor, while you're up there, it seems to me I'm the villain in the room, which is fine. Couple of things I just want to note. You know, I've been on this council for 2 years, and there's been a number of issues that have come forward that, while I have actually sat here in this chair, have been swayed by one person, two persons, any number of people as to how I'm going to think and how I'm going to act on any issue. So your comment that I can't do that, I don't have any words for it, other than I think you're wrong there, seriously wrong. So I don't think it's right to question my integrity that way. In fact, it's vilifying me the way you have. It just concerns me. If you have a quality argument, if you have a quality way of presenting your perspective or your point of view, I'm more than welcome to hear it, okay? But I'm not gonna, I don't think it's fair that you vilify someone to get your point across. I've heard everything that you've said tonight. The other thing I want to say is, are you an expert in your field?
Yes.
Okay, are there other experts in the field?
Well, I don't think there's any field where there aren't more than one expert.
Just give me a yes or no.
The answer
Because
is
you're
yes.
not the only answer. So for anyone to be able to make any type of a quantifying assessment of anything, they need more than one opinion. So whether that opinion fits yours, or it fits someone else's, or it doesn't, it's just an opinion. Okay? So again, I don't think that that's right to vilify that aspect of it also. So,
Quiet, please.
so I'm just trying to say that we're here tonight to receive as much information as we can to possibly make a good decision for this community. And then I want to bring one other fact up here, that we do allow electric blowers to date, and that the discussion here is how to minimize gas blowers. Now, I had a conversation with Mr. Shapiro 3 or 4 months ago, and he can answer to this or not, but I talked to him about how we might be able to introduce Stills electric blower into our ordinance somehow or some way. Give the gardening services a 5-year period. South Coast Air Quality Board sets aside $500,000 a year to buy back bad blowers. They also have a lawnmower program now. So again, there's a multitude of ways of looking at this issue and solving it. So I'm just trying to say is, give me the opportunity to listen and to take in all the information. And hopefully, I'm going to make the best decision for the community. And if not, all I can say is I'm sorry if it doesn't agree with your take on it. But we're here to hear information, not to vilify one another.
May I just respond, since it was a comment and really not a question? I appreciate that statement, and I believe you. I wasn't vilifying you. What I was doing was taking quite literally things that you've written and are part of the record, at least that we were able to uncover through a request to the city. I really do hope that you can listen to this objectively. I also think that your comment about expertise is appropriate, but you're not going to get that in these 3-minute yay-nay kinds of hearings. You're only going to get that in a workshop. I would be more than happy to speak with landscapers, and if you think you've got another expert, with other experts. There is ground truth here. There is fact. Fact is different than opinion. Thank you.
I also have to comment on something that the doctor said, and it was directed at council. He implied that somehow we have concocted this, whatever he's talking about, I presume what's before us, in closed session. I can assure the audience and the people at home, the council has not had one closed session where we have discussed leaf blowers whatsoever. The other thing is that we have somehow, as a council, circumvented the OSHA regulations, so that we haven't done, or not OSHA regulations, so we haven't done an EIR. We have never even discussed, nor have I discussed with anybody on this council, anything with regard to an EIR. These things come to us from staff. We take all the input that we get from the audience on both sides. But just because staff, unlike what's happened in this city in the past, when staff brings something to this council, we don't take it as verbatim and feeling like we have to take what the staff says and approve it. This council does just the opposite. And I can assure you that most of the time on difficult issues, I try to figure out a way, when I read the staff report, how perhaps we have to really question what staff is saying. So for the speaker to insinuate that we are somehow conjuring up anything in closed session, conjuring up anything in violation of the Brown Act, conjuring up a way to circumvent having to have an EIR is totally false. And it is very, very difficult for me to accept the other things he says because of that. The next speaker is Casey Kanzler. Casey?
Yes, my name's Case Kanzler. I'm a landscaper. I mean, we ought to get this dead horse out of the room now. We've been working on this for 2 years. We started off with the noise. We came up with better solutions, better blowers. Then it was rat feces in the air and all that. I didn't realize we had a rat problem. But we implemented, well, we haven't implemented, but we've had ideas about certifications, training. People abuse them. You don't have to use these blowers at, 200 miles an hour. They're abused. And the dust cloud, I think stuff like that, there should be a fine. A lot of times when people are gardening, they're blowing down sidewalks, getting the debris off of them, putting it back on the lawn so the mowers can take care of everything. It's a tool that we use. I've talked to some of these people when I go to do these big lots that I do to come with me. They don't want to come. I take care of the stadium at Nordhoff. So give me an alternative how to get all the debris out from all those big bleachers there. I'll listen. I haven't heard anybody tell me how to fix it. Just they want a total ban. There's no compromise at all. And we've come up with a lot of solutions, but still there wants to be a total ban on this. I mean, what's next? The weed eaters, the hedge trimmers, those all put out. And like I said, people abuse this stuff. But most of us, we use it quietly, and we use it to do the job that we need to do. So, and you see these people blowing stuff out in the street. Yeah, well, chances are they'll blow it out, then they'll corral it and pick it up. Because if we want to ban these blowers, we ought to ban the street sweepers too. Have you ever followed the street sweepers? We're all doing a job. Believe it or not, the blowers do help. But, there should be some education on some of these people that abuse the blowers. And like I said, if there's a better way for me to clean some of these bigger parking lots, tell me. I can't do it with a rake and a broom, Some areas that we take care of, we'll even take the water hose and get stuff damp so we don't have that dust. I don't like the dust. So there are solutions, you know, I don't think we should have a total ban, but I think we are going in the right direction with the quieter blowers and education, and I think there should be fines. You know, you hear these blowers, some of these people, you know, 3 blocks away with these loud blowers. There should be a fine. I agree with that.
Thank you, Casey.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Lori Edgecombe? Good evening.
Mayor Blatz and the council, I just wanted to support Dr. Colomé and say that I have a serious concern for the health. I've been a healthcare practitioner for 30 years, and I see a lot of patients with respiratory conditions and senior citizens, children, and people with asthma who are very affected by the environment. So the quality of our health is related to the quality of the environment. Ojai has been very much a wellness-oriented community, and I would very much like to support anything that we could consider for alternatives to gas-powered leaf blowers that emit carcinogenic and particulate matter. And the particulate matter that I'm concerned about are the molds and the fungus, the allergens, and the dust particulate, and the cloud of smoke that people are wheeling their kids through with baby carriages, and just driving down the street and having just clouds of smoke. And it comes in through the windows, and it's like 17 car emissions for every hour that one leaf blower is going. So I think we really need to do more scientific studies. I don't think it's an opinion. I think it's a scientific matter, and that we can evaluate that with a lot more vigilance, because our health is, all of our health is of concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lori. Okay. Susie Seguerno?
Thank you, people. Thank you. I live at Whispering Oaks, East Ojai Avenue. I used to counsel old people who live there, and now I are one. I boast. And we healthy old people at Whispering Oaks, discover that there are a few things we didn't realize would happen when we got older. 1, achy bones, and 2, more vulnerable lungs. All of my neighbors are more vulnerable out there. We need no blowing out there. We need no blowing on the road walking into town. We need no blowing electric. The noise is annoying. The dirty air is harmful to us. Retirement is one of the main industries here, so it's not just Whispering Oaks, it's all over. There's old people all over town. Please, let's not have that dust in the air. Please prohibit, however you can, the dust in the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jay Simons?
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm going to read a statement by Ojai resident Jeff Wardle. He lives at 204 North Blanche. Jeff is the director of advanced mobility research at Art Center College of Design in Pasadena. He was educated first as a vehicle engineer and then as an automotive designer at the Royal College of Art in London. Jeff has had extensive experience as a professional vehicle designer across 4 continents and remains a passionate car and engine enthusiast. Jeff says this about leaf blowers. Most leaf blowers use a 2-stroke internal combustion engine as opposed to the 4-stroke engines used for all modern road vehicles. The major problem with 2-stroke engines is that they have no internal lubricating system. This results in extremely high levels of hydrocarbons and other pollutants in the exhaust gases, hence their blue exhaust smoke and acrid smell. Two-stroke engines can pass as much as 25% of their gasoline unburned through their exhaust. It is impossible to fit effective catalytic converters to two-strokes. This is the reason that two-stroke engines are no longer used in the road vehicle industry. In addition, and equally important to the two-stroke engine exhaust, are the pollutants which the jet of the leaf blower blasts into the atmosphere. Everything from dried or decaying organic material, soil, vegetation, feces, also known as rodent antigens, if you want to look that up because that's the technical term for it, urine, mold, and through to rubber, acid, and spilt chemicals. These particulates can remain airborne for many hours and get dispersed over great distances when it is windy. Therefore, even electric blowers are a health hazard. Some additional facts. According to the California Air Resources Board, the types of air pollutants emitted when using a gasoline-powered leaf blower for half an hour are equivalent to those emitted from 440 miles of automobile travel at 30 miles per hour average speed. Compared to the average large car, 1 hour of operation of a leaf blower emits 498 times as much hydrocarbons, 49 times as much particulate matter, and 26 times as much carbon monoxide. Leaf blowers are a large contributor to particulate matter in our air, especially in the summertime, when particulate pollution is at its worst. The high-velocity jets and leaf blowers blow into the air many unwanted and toxic elements. Approximately 5 pounds of particulate matter per leaf blower per hour are blown into the air and can take hours and even days to settle. These particulates aggravate allergies. They also contribute to cardiac conditions such as arrhythmias and can cause heart attacks. Moreover, they contribute to pulmonary diseases such as bronchitis. Please visit the EPA website to learn about the health impacts of these particulates.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Len Clave?
Leonard Clay, 412 North Fulton Street. This has evolved into two separate issues. One is council integrity and one is leaf blowers. I ran for council, as most of you know, 4 or 5 times, always unsuccessfully, for which I'm extremely grateful, especially this evening. But I have opinions, and I expressed those opinions during the campaign, and I expressed those opinions in life in general, and if I was not allowed to vote, if I had won, on any issue upon which I had expressed an opinion, I would never vote. So let's everybody calm down and recognize that we have elected 5 members of the council, knowing their backgrounds, and having to trust that they will decide the issues on the merits to the best of their ability, notwithstanding any opinions which we all have and we all would have had we be, if we were on council. Turning to the merits of the, and I would also hope that you all would get past the insults and vote on the merits, not just being pissed off at us. I was, yesterday afternoon, I was watching a guy blowing leaves across the street from where I live. And it was an electric blower, and it was quieter than the old electric blowers. I assume he's got a new one. But it was still noisy. And the guy was wearing a mask, but I wasn't. And the person in the yard next to him wasn't. And the kids who live in the house next, there's 4 or 5 kids live in the house next door, they weren't. And my car is usually dirty, but it was a little bit dirtier. To what end? I have never been able to figure out when leaves became the enemy. That we need to get rid of them. They don't hurt. The allowing, from listening to people speaking, you got problems with the gas ones because of the gas pollutants. You got problems with leaf blowers because they stir up dirt. And anybody, you can pick on, as somebody has done occasionally, well, there's really not any rat excretions in there. So what? That misses the point. The point is quite clearly there are pollutants. And one last thing, I got 20 seconds. People are getting rid of grass. On Fulton Street, where I live, there's probably twice as many houses as there were a year ago, which are all dirt and leaves. And if you start blowing those, you're going to get twice as much dirt in the air as you did when when there was enough water that people could have grassy lawns. Let's ban all of these things. They're pointless, useless, and battle an evil that doesn't exist.
Thank you, Lenny. Michael Shapiro.
I just handed out something that pertained to what I said in public comments, the common law bias due process that City Attorney Summers handed out and reviewed with the Historic Preservation Commission. You know, as many among the council may well know, this is something that many of you probably do know, but if you're not, a really major heads up. I know I've discussed it with Councilman Wyrick. Ventura County will soon begin a review process of the county's general plan, including Ojai's area of that general plan. Specifically, the county has already stated that it wants to bring more consistency, that's the word they used, to the air quality standards throughout the county. And that's understood to mean taking away Ojai's 5-pound limit and bringing it more in line with Ventura and Oxnard, for example. Of course, geographically, we are so different. This would be an obvious blow to the Ojai Valley. For over the years, we've defeated, as you all know, one industrial project after another, largely on the basis that none of those projects, the USA Petroleum Petrochem refinery on Highway 33, the Weldon Canyon landfill, all the quarries and the Stop the Trucks battle, none of them could have ever mitigated their increase in unhealthful emissions in our landlocked airshed. And therefore, they were defeated. But if the county is able to lower Ojai's air quality standards, then there's a chance that far more future industrial projects will indeed be approved, including significant expansion of oil drilling and extraction throughout the Ojai Valley. So I submit that if this council allows dangerously unhealthful and polluting gas-powered blowers to be operated in Ojai, it will be seen as hypocrisy and by those that are trying to defeat us, and that you're really not sincere or serious about protecting the health and welfare of the people in Ojai by preserving our fragile air quality. And this is something that you have to really take very seriously. And finally, what do the following cities have in common? Santa Monica, Laguna Beach, Palo Altos, Los Angeles, Los Altos, Berkeley, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, Newport Beach, Piedmont, Claremont, Belvedere, and Sonoma. They've all banned gas-powered blowers. Some did so over 10 years ago. But what else do they have in common? It took a while just to call this group that I read. Not one of them has ever had a city council member, while looking at and banning leaf blowers, who was also a past president of their county's chapter of the California Landscape Contractors Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Question, Mr.
Yes.
Shapiro?
Mike?
Michael, two quick questions. One is I just want to amplify your overall point without getting to the specifics.
Sure.
And that is that you are absolutely right, and we need to amplify and broadcast to everyone that cares about this entire valley that consistency word in terms of the county's application of judgment to the Ojai area plan is fraught with danger for in terms of protecting the character of this valley. And it's something we need to really focus on in general and find a way to work together to, stop that inappropriate application of consistency as much as possible. I just wanted to tell you, everybody, that I agree with you completely on that. And general point, okay? Second point is you mentioned the list of cities that have banned gas-powered blowers.
That's correct.
How many of those, do you happen to know how many of those have banned all blowers?
I don't have the, and in fact, that was a partial list too. There's some 30-odd cities. I think I mentioned 8 or 9.
Yeah, I was just.
But I'll get that statistic.
Just curious.
to you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
By the way, if I may, we will, CFROG will make a presentation to the City Council about this other really large, looming, serious danger that's looming down at the county.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that
Absolutely.
because one thing we're not is the county, and we don't want the county's guidelines and everything to affect us.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Gail Topping, yes, hold on. Mike?
Mike, I just want to, Michael, can I just, because you had the floor, I'm not necessarily speaking directly to you, but I just want the citizens to know, so they're getting the whole picture here, that I was past president of the California Landscape Contractors Ventura County
Ventura
chapter.
County, Ventura County.
Okay?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
I was president for 2 years, and I believe it was back in the early 1990s. I haven't been a member in 8 years, 7 years. I haven't been actively involved in 20-plus years. So please, would you let everyone know that what you're stating is accurate, that I was a past president, but I've had no involvement with that organization for probably 20-plus years, other than receiving my insurance through them, because as a group insurance provider, I get better rates.
Okay, and as Steve Colomay suggested, or actually said, a lot of the information you provided to staff came from the California Landscape Contractors Association and manufacturers of gas blowers. So,
They're
you know.
experts in their field, so someone had to provide an
Just,
alternative to the
well,
other experts.
Again,
So
their experts in their fields,
if
their
we can-
expertise in the field is very biased, as
we
you know.
can- And that could be looked at both ways. So,
Wow,
so we don't need to,
Okay.
again, to argue this. I just wanted to clarify a point.
Okay, I appreciate the
Thank you.
clarification, and I don't think I vilified you earlier. I was just pointing out that, in my opinion, you were in violation of the administrative hearing demands about an appearance of fairness and the absence of even a probability of outside influence based on your history, no matter how many years ago. That's
And
it.
again, they had all the information that you have, and they did clear me to be able
No,
to
no,
sit
no,
on this
no, no,
panel
no.
to make
You're
this
talking about the
decision.
Fair Practices Policy Commission that dealt only with financial conflicts of interest. This has nothing to do with that, and I totally agree with you that I didn't know that that's all the Fair Practices Policy Commission dealt with. I agree. You have no and had no financial conflict of interest.
and I
This
have
is
none.
entirely different.
Okay.
And I have none.
That's right, but this is entirely different. You still have violated the common law bias due process that City Attorney Summers has outlined.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Now, Gail Toppings.
She had to leave.
Oh, okay. Then let's go with you, Sherry Ann Kate.
The biggest problem that I see with the proposed new leaf blower ordinance is that it's just unenforceable. Greg Grant, the Public Works Director, demonstrated outside of City Hall a while ago a new, quieter leaf blower. And a gust of wind came up and blew the particulate matter that leaf blower generated into the air across South Ventura Street and over to the police department during the demonstration. Now I ask you, when a citizen calls the code enforcement officer, how can it be proven that it was not the leaf blower's fault and that it was the wind that blew those particulates off of your neighbor's property and onto yours? And I appreciate I'm sorry I forgot your name, but the landscaper who takes care of the Nordhoff Stadium. We do need alternatives, and guess what? There are lots of them. And another fellow OCCA member, Ashley Osler, is going to speak to that. I counted, and I will give you a handout, I'll give it to the clerk here, 11 different alternative, they're vacuum-type machines. And they work for commercial, they work on public property, industrial, school grounds, parking lots, golf courses, and home use. And there are all different levels of sophistication. I was in Barcelona this summer, and their city uses one of these really trick leaf vacuums. There are, in this handout I'm going to give you, there are 11 there are links to places on the internet with the names of the manufacturers, the specs, how much they cost. There are alternatives. So many of my friends and acquaintances could not be here tonight. And, some of them have other commitments and just couldn't come. Some of them, as Mr. Haney mentioned when he was running for this seat, they don't feel comfortable coming up here and talking to the city council. It's a bit intimidating. So with their express permission, I am going to give you their names and tell you what their concerns are. Camilla and Jim Beckett, they prefer a better ordinance to protect both the health and the jobs of these leaf blower operators. David and Gary Liptak want to ban leaf blowers. Ricky Horn is in favor of further study before enacting this ordinance. Gail Topping just left, and George Berg, they are very concerned about leaf blowers and their effect on the community. Peggy Middleton wants to ban leaf blowers. Sheila and Skip McHugh are also in favor of a ban. Denise Thornhill would like to see the city conduct a CEQA review before enacting any leaf blower ordinances. Janet and Doyle Cole, they just left. They ceded their 3 minutes each so that we could show you the leaf blowers. Jean and Hank Mannion, they would like to ban leaf blowers. They live next door to Los Arboles, and they were very, very happy when the homeowners association there voted to not use gas-powered leaf blowers anymore. And finally, Rick Gaden, Ojai Masters swim team coach, who is subjected to leaf blowers while he's out on the pool deck coaching 6 mornings a week. Rick has been diagnosed twice with a multibacterial infection in both lungs. His pulmonologist has told him that most likely it was caused by him breathing the dust from the leaf blowers. Please consider the health of our citizens. Don't vote for this poorly designed and unenforceable ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry Ann. For the benefit of the audience here and for anyone at home that may want to come down and speak, it's now a little bit after 9. The main topic after this one, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 speakers, which equates to about 25 minutes of speakers' cards on this item, and then we have to deliberate. And we have several speakers on item number 6. Is that probably after this item is up, I'm going to take up item number 6, because there seems to be a lot of people here, at least as evidenced by these speakers' cards, that want to speak. So I'm going to take up item 6 after we're done with this item, and 5 will then come up after that if we get to it. Now, we do have 1 speaker card for item 3, 2 speakers cards for item 5, 2 speakers cards for item 7, and we have 1 that put in a late request for a public comment. So we will allow those people that are here to address us if they wish to, but it won't be until after we conclude whatever the last agenda item is. So I'm now gonna readjust the agenda again and put item 6 in front of item 5 for anybody that may be listening at home, because a lot of people indicate to me that they'll watch us at home, and then when their item is about to come up, they come down here. So now we have Hank Mininen, is it? Hello, Hank.
Hi. Mayor, council members. Simple. Why are we re-allowing gas blowers at all?
Thank you. Short and sweet and right to the point. Cindy Kalmanson.
This is deja vu all over again. I would think by the majority of the will of the people here, if you all here representing the will of the people, the vote would be over. I don't know why you would vote any other way. You've heard mostly from everybody who feels passionately about this. And I do hear you blowing the stadium, and when I walk my daughter through the meadow, and I always think, something is wrong here, and a beautiful morning that I have to hear that. And there's plenty of students. I don't know why they can't all get a broom and work together, but that's another issue. I want to thank you for allowing Steve to give this nice presentation beyond 3 minutes and some real factual information. And I am concerned for my health, my daughter's health, and the health of this beautiful place we call home. and the contradiction when we call it the International City of Peace, because there isn't any peace and quiet in my neighborhood. I can count 4 or 5 times a day, different people in different trucks driving fast up my street to deliver the same service. I mean, at the very least, you would think the same guy would do everybody on the same street, but they don't. And I am very concerned that even the thought of reintroducing the ban has come again. What a waste of time when we've already heard all of this testimony. And I know that the enforcement, because I called the police and all of a sudden they said they weren't doing it, and I wonder why all of a sudden, whose decision it was not to enforce it anymore. You're 2/5 of the council here are in the landscape business, 40% of the will of the people. I don't think that represents the people here. My heart is with everybody, especially the gardeners. I've spoken to all of them in Spanish. I speak Spanish. And I asked them, do you even like this machine? And most of them do not. And if everybody had a band and there was a level playing field, no one's going to be out. No one's going to lose their job. The jobs aren't going to disappear. People are not going to wake up tomorrow and say, I don't need a gardener. But the whole fact of a leaf blower as a job, I'm sorry, it's not, just because it's called a job doesn't mean that it's still a viable option. What's our vision for this community? And we want to have safe streets for kids to go to school. Thank you so much, Sousa, for organizing that. It's so awesome. But I sure wouldn't want the kids riding their bikes and go through a plume of dust. I mean, we really have to think of who is in our best interest here. And my concern is the safety of the children and myself, and I try to work in my garden and have a little peace. I moved to Ojai because I love the outdoors, and leaves don't scare me. Leaves are good for the dirt. Hey, they're mulch, especially in a time of drought. And if gardeners don't adapt with the reality of the change, they're going to lose their place. Everybody knows that the best businessmen have to adapt. We're not going to see lawns anymore, so why not actually be gardeners, put in gardens, and provide nourishing food for the people that live. I know you're going to cut me off here any second. I can feel it. And that's the nervousness that we all have up here when we try to get our point across.
Right. Well, you have 3 minutes, so
I
wrap
know
it
I
up.
got 27 minutes, 26 seconds. Anyway, I'm saying let's get a level playing field. And if this is the International City of Peace, let's set an example. We can do this. It's not so difficult. I don't see why we need to waste so much time on an issue we've rehashed. And I feel for los jardineros no deben de estar en peligro.
Okay.
They shouldn't
Thank you,
be
Cindy.
in, the profit margin might shrink a little for the bosses, but I think it's worth it for all of us.
Okay, thank you. Ashley Olson?
Good evening, council and
Good evening.
mayor. I just want to say that I'm vulnerable because I'm surrounded by folks on larger properties, and there are all sorts of outfits that come up. Some are independent, some are larger landscape companies, and there's gas and electric blowers, and I cough myself to sleep every night. But my main passion is because of the hideous conditions for the workers, the hideous conditions for us as citizens with these massive trucks driving in this equipment that's so unhealthy. In any case, I'm also here in support of the nationwide efforts to ban gas and electric leaf blowers in an effort to improve the quality of life in our city by drastically reducing unnecessarily harmful particulate matter that we breathe. I wanted to contribute a few statements about the alternatives. So seeing the sign of the times with so many people asking for quieter and cleaner gardening equipment, many manufacturers have developed vacuums and mulchers as healthy and sustainable options to gas and electric leaf blowers. There are now available mow and vac, vac and mulch, vac alone, chip and vac models. There are push models, self-propelled models, and there are tow models. There are tow-behind vacuum systems for large yards, parks, schools, and golf courses. There are commercial, municipal, industrial, and residential lawn options. Many of these devices reduce leaf volume and collect fine mulch suitable for reapplication to the soil as mulch. They are very low noise with tight weave, no dust collection bags. Also, what I see is these leaf blowers, gas and electric, blowing on these poor trees that are suffering so. So that doesn't work. Many of the vacuums, such as the QV Quiet Vac from Billy Goat Industries, has a dry dust sock that drastically reduces dust in dry conditions, making them an excellent choice for our climate. Let's see here. The models from Europe are also excellent. Quiet, sanitary, and have no dust. All of these models work quickly and efficiently compared to gas and electric leaf blowers. There are parking lot sweeper vacs to handheld vac mulchers, battery and electric, which I have heard great things about. There are also simple designs like the rolling leaf sweeper, reported to be 10 times faster than a rake. And of course, there are brooms and rakes that were used in the stadiums and at schools long before the leaf blowers came along. These machines are being utilized across the country and in Europe to collect debris and organic matter without the noise and harmful pollution of gas and electric leaf blowers. And I just want to say this last thing. How many men, women, and children need to fall ill, including these laborers who work their asses off, before the City Council acts on protecting Ojai citizens and the laborers who work for them with quiet, environmentally friendly equipment and clean air. Lastly, what I had talked about last time that I was here is that I've spoken to many of the manufacturers. All of them would like to come and participate in a demonstration and also offer wholesale prices so that we could get a valley-wide buy. So, and the last thing I want to say is that in my neighborhood, the folks, they have their gardeners going on the cement, on the cars, on the gravel, on the grass, under the trees. They don't know what their gardeners are doing. Maybe some of them do, and they've got some clean problem. But there needs to be an education for the homeowner. And I think that the homeowner needs to take responsibility in buying equipment that's safe for all of us and safe for their workers.
Thank you,
you
Ashley.
so much.
Thank you. Abel Surens.
Hi, my name is Abel Carranza, and I own a landscaping business, so I'm in favor of the blowers. And I also represent about, a good group of the landscapers and gardeners in town. A lot of them are afraid to talk, and so I kind of represented them and kind of bring some, inputs on it. First of all, I agree with what you guys are presenting to us in education, such as educating us and the homeowner of what needs to be done, such as, leaves blowing and raking and stuff like that. Lately, because of the drought, it's really bad that we cannot use water to keep the dust down, and especially on the last film and that we had, that was totally, you can tell it's a playground, it's sand, so you know what exactly does when there's a wind. It's just a big cloud, so you can't use the water. So, and the other part of it is that we work, and we're, a lot of the gardeners are low income, they don't have, educational, they didn't barely went to their high school, and this is one, job they can do. It's hard to get other kind of jobs because you need the language and write it, educate and speak it. So that's one concern, that this is good, that we can educate ourselves, give us a chance to work together and, just not shut us down all at once. And if like the lady said, they're not afraid. What I can translate, they're not afraid to lose their jobs. It's just a matter of giving them a chance and work. And not taking it her own personal, but it's just, she's always out there pushing them out to the brown, if she can understand, or other people can understand them. We come from, third world country or whatever everybody says, but, we want to, work and get an equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Abel. Souza Francina.
Another leaf blower evening. This has been going on for 20 years. I've been advocating for a ban for 20 years. I've got articles probably going back further than that. When I was on the city council from 1996 to 2000, I lived in a leaf blower vortex. Unless you live on a street where they go on all day long, when one stops, the next one starts, and to compound it, the Presbyterian Church parking lot was, probably 1,000 feet behind me. I don't know how far, but they blew those things during holidays. I could never invite people over for lunch because, they could start at any point. And, all the gardeners knew me because when I would teach private lessons, just when people were relaxing, they would start up inevitably. So that is, one of the issues. But the bigger issues is that we are in a drought. And the time has come, instead of the city, I look forward to the day when the city, instead of, spending 2 or 3 hours, every quarter, however often this comes up, educating people how to properly use leaf blowers, we should be in the midst of a paradigm shift. We need a whole paradigm shift in how we view nature. The time has come when the day will come when this type of discussion looks absurd. It is the height of absurdity. There is no other words to describe it. As Lenny Clafe rightly pointed out, leaves are not an enemy. We need them. That's the nourishment for the trees. That's what leaves are. It's part of the cycle of nature. We need to be educating people to view nature differently. Somehow we've gotten to a point where we want the outside to look like the inside. It's just totally wrong, and it has to change. The drought will force us to change. So, you know where I stand, and I'm only sorry that we have to have these discussions over and over again. As Sherry Ann pointed out, there are so many alternatives. They are out there. And and as far as most homeowners could easily go back to using rakes and brooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Souza. Souza?
I have a quick
Mayor
question,
Pro Tem Wyrick has a question.
Quick question, Susie. So you were on the council?
Yes.
Current ordinance.
Yes, and as soon as I left, they weakened the ordinance.
That's what I'm saying. No,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to ask for. I'm asking for a history lesson.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So you were on the council when it passed, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it was purely noise, limited to gas.
Yes, I didn't look exactly, but I do know that after I left, certain council members lived in, where the condominium clusters are, and they didn't want all those oak leaves, and so they strengthened they went back and did something so that the gardeners could more efficiently handle the oak leaves. I don't know exactly, but I'm happy to look it up and discuss it
Well, I
with
was
you.
just curious from your memory as to why was it because the electric blowers really weren't a practical issue? I mean, they weren't really available in '99, and was the thought to ban gas that was banning them all, or was there a differentiation at the time? I mean, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Okay, just
I
curious.
think- Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it, I just.
Yeah, thank you. I'll give that some thought and discuss it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Souza. Before I get to these next two cards, I'm going to ask, is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to address us? Yes, back there.
Leslie Ferraro, I live on East Eucalyptus here in town. Council members, mayor, thanks for listening to me. I'm a respiratory therapist. I had to go to school for 2 years so that I could become credentialed by the National Board of Respiratory Care and be licensed by the state of California. My credentials don't even hold a candle to the doctor. I'd like to thank him for speaking. The fact that I live in Ojai and that this town is contemplating going back to allowing gas blowers literally blows my mind. I deal with children and adults at my hospital regularly that come in with respiratory ailments. And the thought that we're going to put this dirt and these pollutants back in the air, I just find it inexcusable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Renee Roth, and I just want to read one thing. It has to do with the Ojai area plan. I don't know if it has any meaning to anybody in this room, but one of the first goal under air quality of the Ojai area plan states, promote a level of air quality which protects the public health, safety, and welfare, and seeks to meet or surpass state and federal primary and secondary standards. I do believe the area plan is something that we abide by and is an important document, and it just seems rather ludicrous that we would be passing something that is against what we all believe are really healthy, good standards and goals for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, I see a hand back there.
Hi, Mayor, City Council members. My name's David West, and I own Westridge Markets, and I see both sides of the conflict here, and I get what the gardeners are going through. I truly do, because I see them out there working on my properties every week. And at the same time, I see what the residential people are going through, because honestly, I had one son that both lungs went down last year. So he spent, almost a month in intensive care in Cottage Hospital up in Santa Barbara. So I understand both sides of the conflict. However, I don't understand is I hear a lot of people talking about banning leaf blowers altogether. And then I hear other people talking about banning the gas leaf blowers. So I'm kind of in conflict of, are we trying to ban leaf blowers altogether, or are we just trying to ban the gas leaf blowers? Because if it's all leaf blowers, if you're residential, I think, maybe you can get away with that. But if you're a commercial property owner and you have an acre or two of parking lot, good luck in trying to keep that clean. You're not going to. I can't hire teenagers to sweep those parking lots. Nobody wants to. And if you did, it would probably take a 3-man crew, probably about 4 hours to sweep it. And it just doesn't necessarily work that well. So I see what both sides of the conflicts are. I don't understand on what we're really shooting for. If it's electric leaf blowers, I understand. That works. Matter of fact, all my gardeners already use the electric leaf blowers with the battery backup packs. It works for us. However, if we're trying to completely ban them, people like myself, I'm going to have trouble in trying to keep my parking lots clean and my areas, satisfactorily looking nice. Most of you guys are my customers, and I want my properties looking good for you when you come in. And I don't see how we can do both.
Okay, thank you.
Have you guys?
Hold on.
Have you guys used those? Have you used the vacuums? I've seen them, and they're really not very efficient at all.
All right.
Well,
unfortunately,
like I said, I didn't even come here to speak on this tonight.
Well, thank you.
There are two sides to every story, and I think that everybody should realize that I see both sides. I see the conflict. But
thank you.
Yeah.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Sorry to.
Thank you. No problem. I have now a request, and as you know, most of the time, and I don't know, was this request for a 6-minute video? Was that in advance?
That's already done. They're gone. They left.
Oh.
That was for the video that was shown during Steve's talk.
Oh, okay. So that, I was going to ask the audience if they wanted to see another video, but we've already seen it. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all the speakers cards I have now. So if there's nobody in the audience that wants to say anything, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion and deliberation. Any questions of staff on this? Well, I don't see Mr. Grant anywhere, but that's just
Mr.
in
Grant's
case.
here if you have any questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Grant first? If not, then we don't, oh, okay, here he is. Amber.
He's here.
Okay.
He poked in the other door.
If there aren't any questions of staff, then I will entertain anybody that wants to make any comments. Anybody want to start?
Sure.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
I've been pretty consistent, and I'm really going to be repeating what I've already said. It doesn't mean I've come to any conclusions. I just want to give you my beginning perspective. First of all, we've had roomfuls of passionate people on both sides of this. This has been before us many times, and the result has been our current situation. It says, where we formally suspended enforcement in 2014 to decide what to do, and then got caught up in the FPPC matter, which further delayed doing anything. And then we have the fact that it really came up in 2014. I remember right after I took office, because it was an issue of really hadn't been enforced in more than a decade. So we've had really no actual effective enforcement for a long, long time. That's the problem, where you've at an impasse and been unable to do anything. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I do not agree with the proposition that we should leave the current ordinance alone. Why? Two big reasons. As I mentioned already in Q&A, there's nothing about fugitive dust control in the current ordinance. It's a noise ordinance. We've had ample evidence repeatedly presented that the fugitive dust issue is at least equal in importance in terms of a health threat to the emissions. I don't think there's any argument with that. So we have a fundamental flaw in the current ordinance, number one. Number two, so I don't understand the argument of leaving it alone when there's no dust control provisions at all in the current ordinance. So if we say, well, no gas blowers, and people bring out their electric blowers and raise the kind of dust clouds that we saw in the video, that makes no sense to me. I think we need to do something to the ordinance, number one, if for that, no other reason. All right. Number two, an important element of this proposal, separate from the issue of gas or electric and so on and so forth and hours of operation, is the certification and not just the the licensure. The licensure is an enforcement tool where we've had unfortunate situations where people upset with not following the ordinance go and confront people using gas-powered blowers, and we get into ugly situations and so on and so forth. It's difficult to enforce. I think it's extremely important that whatever we do, the ordinance is changed so that everybody has to is licensed, has to, as part of the licensing, agree to a series of conditions of whatever we agree on this. I found an excellent example from the city of Cambridge, of all places, in Massachusetts, that has basically, if you're going to get a license to operate leaf blowers, you go through a whole things that you've acknowledged that you accept responsibility for and so on and so forth in terms of following the rules, and you have a display at the workplace or on your truck of your license number and your contact information, so a complaint can go to the city without getting into, I don't know who those people were. So my point of view that I'm trying to get across here is I just don't understand the advocacy for leaving it alone. All of the arguments for not having gas blowers make the case for changing the ordinance. We need fugitive dust rules, we need licensing, we need display of licensing. Those are all enforcement tools for whatever regimen we agree on. So I just want to say to everyone, I have a very firm conviction starting with that. Beyond that, I just don't, I'm troubled by the prospect that we reach impasses and do nothing again. And I hope that everyone realizes that what we're struggling to here is that it's not just the people in the room, but other people in the room that have come and argued very passionately on the other side. We've got to make a decision in a way that improves the current situation, which is terribly flawed both by the ordinance as it's written and the lack of enforcement of what is written. So that's my beginning perspective.
Okay. Councilwoman Clapp, any comments?
Point of order, is there a motion on the floor?
No.
Wouldn't that be a good place to start?
I don't know why you would say that, but no. No.
I'll make a motion for future discussion. I will move to not introduce an ordinance revising the City of Ojai noise standards and regulations ordinance relating to leaf blowers, and ask the city clerk to read the title, period, and to not implement the ordinance as outlined in this report, and not find that the proposed amendment to the noise standards and regulations ordinance relating to leaf blowers is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and that number 5, I'll separate it out. I'll have a second motion, but that's my first motion.
Do we have a second? I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you. My comments. I believe in science, and I think it's clear, if you look at science, that fugitive dust created by leaf blowers, whether they be gas or electric, is a health hazard, period, end of story. There's no question for me. I'm disappointed that there's even consideration of continuing to allow them in our community in commercial or residential zones. The idea that one can control fugitive dust is ludicrous on its face. It defies any logic, and it probably defies science, as a matter of fact. I think that Mr. Shapiro's comment about how can we defend our stricter air standards in this valley when we talk about the general plan, the Ventura County general plan, how can we out of one side of our mouths say, don't reduce that stricter standard, and then out of the other side of our mouths say, leaf blowers are okay, is, again, leaves me in cognitive dissonance. Regarding commercial properties, commercial parking lots, I think that the material that was given to council here, we haven't received it individually, but I just glanced at it, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of equipment that look like they could handle a commercial parking lot that seem like they're viable alternatives. And I guess in closing, I just cannot wrap my head around a community that is so passionate about its environment and health that they would even consider allowing leaf blowers to continue to be used in our town. And I would hope that instead, council will reverse our direction to staff and instead come back with a ordinance in the future to prohibit them throughout the community. That will be much easier to enforce. Clearly, it's much easier to enforce. Enforcement's always a problem with something like this, and it leaves the citizen in the untenable position of having to call and complain. And by the time somebody gets out there to address the complaint, the gardener's gone. One of the things within this ordinance that I struggle with is that commercial operators are required to certify their blowers, but homeowners are not. And so I guess that's my statement at this point, and I'll be very disappointed if this city doesn't move forward into the 21st century.
Hold on a second.
And embrace the new science that's come forward about particle dust, and also recognize that the direction that we've taken culturally that is anti-environment be reversed, and we start acknowledging that leaves replenish the earth. They're not a pollutant. What's the pollutant? It's the fugitive dust. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Haney?
So, if I remember correctly, Susie, when you were on the council, I was approached by a bunch of gardeners at the time to come speak on their behalf. And it was interesting. It was the first time I ever spoke to at a city council meeting, period. I was scared to death, but you were going to enact an ordinance based on, I believe, the state of California was going to pass something regarding gas leaf blowers, and you guys needed to rush something through that beat the state doing their thing regarding gas blowers. I think that was the argument back in the day. The interesting thing to me was, my argument at the time was that the two-cycle motor, that at the time was the majority of the motors that were used at Lake Casitas, were given a 10-year period to retool their equipment. And yet, we were going to take, at that time, and I can't remember the date, but at that time, we were actually going to take a group of individuals that are at the low end of the economic ladder, that work from dusk to dawn, or dawn to dusk.
Dust to dust.
Thank you. But more importantly, they just work incredibly hard for their living, okay? And we weren't going to give them the option to retool. We were just going to take a tool away. So we were technically going to punish this group of individuals at the time. That was my take. I'm just explaining where I was at that moment. Now, everything I look at in life, I try to find that middle ground. I try to find that area where we can move to and reach some type of an agreement on. So I'm not necessarily 100% behind gas blowers. It's not the end of my world. But if we're going to remove them from our environment and institute, because we already have on the books electric blowers, let's give these gentlemen time to retool, if that's what we decide. And I just want people to know, by the way, the Stihl handheld electric blower with a backpack that fits on your back is $1,499. I priced it at Green Thumb. I just want people to know that it's not a cheap tool, but it's a tool. And if we're going to outlaw one tool in this environment, let's at least give these individuals, if they choose to do that or choose to do another way, let's give them the opportunity to retool. So that's my thoughts on that right now. But
1998, they've been able to retool.
Hey.
right. So, but again, this equipment wasn't available then. And in fact, it's done nothing but gotten better over the years. And then I wanted to talk real quickly about this replacement package from the South Coast Air Quality Board. And I could be wrong on that name too. They started out with $1 million a year buying back blowers. And this was 20 years ago. They've since gone to $500,000 a year, which I think is incredible that a community that wants to change their environment is willing to support the people that are actually doing this work. So that's a thought too. I'd be interested to see what the community would like to do. regarding doing some type of a buyback if we do something like that, or if we talk about that. Are we willing to put $50,000, $100,000 a year and invest in our community? It's a thought. And if other communities have done it, what's stopping us? So again, it's another avenue to look at. But again, my take is real simple. I'm going to look for the middle ground. Along with the general plan, there is a part of it that does talk about the economic viability of a community. And so when we talk economics, as well as environmental, we need to think about that too, because there is that factor. And there is a factor to older people using gardening services that may not be able to afford a broom or a rake or something of that nature. I'm not closed on that, but I am saying that's been brought to my attention. And then I'll bring up the last thing. My younger brother, Scott, and I, we lived on a street called Atillo it was lined with Siberian elms, and my little brother and I made a living raking gutters and putting them in our little wagon back in 1960-something. I was born in 54, so yeah. But I'm telling you, so I understand that, and I know that, and I know it works. We're in the 2000s now. There's a different mode there. There's a different thoughts. There's different aesthetics. There's different everythings. So when we're going to make this decision tonight, let's look at all of this. Let's just not get stuck on one way or the highway. Let's look at this and see how we can enhance our environment, enhance our community without the degradation to a group of individuals that are hard workers and that are out there willing to do whatever is necessary to help the people in this community.
Thank you. This is a real dilemma, because I very seldom in agreement with all of my colleagues, particularly when one says one thing and one says another. But I agree with everything that's being said. I agree with Councilwoman Clapp, because this ordinance doesn't address anything to do with air quality. Sure, it has a little bit of enforcement, as Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick says, in terms of, overspray or whatever it's called. But how are you ever going to enforce that? You can't. You just can't do it. But I'll have to say that because it does have that, if you could enforce it, it's probably better than our existing one. And then I agree with Councilman Haney, because one of my concerns is it does have more impact on a certain segment of our community that are hardworking, family-oriented individuals that if we just pull the rug out from under them, what are they going to do? And I really do feel for them. And they're an important part of our community. So I don't think this is the answer that what's before us tonight at all. I can't, even though we've got a couple of safeguards in there with the certification and the new regulations. To me, this isn't what Ojai should be. This isn't good enough for us, particularly in its present form. And I'm not so sure that we shouldn't have a CEQA report on something like this. But I think there's a lot of other things that we can investigate. Now, I don't like leaving the existing ordinance in place anyway, and that doesn't do us any good just to stay where we are. But I don't know, this is not the proper alternative, in my opinion. I think that we need to, if we're really going to be on the front of this, I think we need to look beyond what technology is out there, beyond the leaf blowers. Now, we know that there's vacuums, and people have said that doesn't work. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's mulchers. Maybe there's other things that don't throw so much air and noise into our environment. But I don't know what the answer is, but this isn't it. And I also want to remind everybody that this is Ojai, and we take things very seriously here. And we like to be on the forefront of change. And we were when we eliminated single-use plastic bags. And now, if you notice, it's one of the items that's going to be voted on for the whole state. So people follow us. there was somebody that said that one of the parties really creates the future, because we're always looking to the future. In California, typically we'll create the future because what we do is we kind of are the leaders for the rest of the country. Well, I feel that same way about Ojai because we take our environment very seriously. This is not the answer to what we need. I can't vote on it. I can't bring myself to not vote on Councilwoman Clapp's motion. And I don't know how my other colleagues feel, but if there's two of us that are going to vote for it, it's not going to pass. And I just think we need to direct staff to look for other technologies, other things that we can do. And I truly don't like leaving the existing ordinance in place, but tonight, unless we approve this one, we have no choice but to do that. So I don't have any other comments. I'd welcome any other comments by my colleagues. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's an acronym which I loathe, but it's KISS, Keep It Simple Stupid. And I think this is a classic example of applying Keep It Simple Stupid. Just eliminate the darn things. Now wait,
Hold on.
clear. But that said, I think there's the Garner argument about the cost of the tool to do business. I owned a food factory for 20 years, and regulations had come in, and they changed. There would be a health regulation that would come in, or some sort of equipment regulation that I had to upgrade for safety reasons or whatever, because it was the right thing to do for public health and safety, for my employees. It was a cost of doing business. Sometimes technology change, science teaches us things, it makes us realize some things we're doing aren't the best for our environment or for our health, and this is one of those situations. So it's a cost of doing business. And the ultimate question in my mind is what's best for our community, for the worker, for the citizens, for everyone, and the environment, and it's to get rid of these things. They're a blight. And I would like to move to have staff come back with an ordinance banning gas.
We already have a motion and a second on the table.
Was that my motion?
Well, you have a motion already.
We have something.
But it died on the
already.
floor, did it not?
No, it did receive a second from Mayor Blatz. You
Okay,
might
should we
amend
vote?
your motion.
Can I amend it? Okay, I'll amend it then.
It might be easy to do it all at once.
Okay,
Could you restate
fine,
the motion and
fine.
your proposed amendment?
Maybe the clerk could restate the motion?
Yeah, it was.
Please bear with me. This is my first time doing this, so.
I can help
Do
you
you know
out.
what, do you have it? Okay, go ahead.
The motion on the floor is to not introduce an ordinance revising the Ojai noise standards or regulations relating to leaf blowers, thus not to read the title, to not implement that ordinance, and to not find that the proposed amendment is exempt from CEQA. And if I could add some suggested language that will accomplish your
Well, let
stated
me say
purpose.
something real quickly. I said earlier that I had a second motion that I was going to bring later. So do we want to vote on this motion, have it die on the floor, or do I retract the motion and introduce a new motion? Or a
Add-
substitute motion?
You could, because you're the maker of the motion, you can just seek to
Okay.
withdraw your
I'd like to make
motion.
a substitute motion instead.
That'd be fine. Or you could just amend your motion, and then if
I don't want to
it's-
amend it. I'd rather make a substitute motion, if that's okay.
I'll
Is
withdraw
that-
my
I would
second.
suggest withdrawing the motion first.
I withdraw the motion?
Okay.
Okay, and I have a substitute motion. I move to direct staff to come back with an ordinance prohibiting the use of gas or electric blowers within the city limits of Ojai.
Question? May I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
Are you,
We have to have a second.
oh, I'm sorry.
You have to second.
Is it going to second?
Is there a second?
That's how, go ahead and do the second, and then that opens it for discussion.
Oh, I understand.
And then, you know, we can
I
always.
do know Robert's rules.
Okay, okay, just a suggestion.
All right.
Otherwise, it dies on the floor.
Right, the motion dies for a second.
I have, you know, I do want to speak.
Well, you're welcome to speak, but it has to be seconded before.
No,
you
I
have any
understand. That's what I
discussion.
want to say.
Are you going to second it?
I wanted clarification of the motion.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay.
Does your motion, would you be receptive to any amendments to that motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Mr. Mayor, may we continue with the discussion
In other words,
before
let me
the?
second the motion so I can ask that question. I want to second the motion for the discussion.
Okay.
Okay,
Motion
okay,
is
now what's the
seconded.
question?
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you if you'd be receptive to amendments now that's seconded. Okay?
I'm receptive to hearing your suggestions, but I'm not, but I don't know whether I could agree to it.
No, I mean, I'm just asking, if, you know, I just ask if.
What are your suggestions?
Well, one is whether if you would be considering any phase-in provisions for something like that.
Give me an example of what you would think a phase-in provision, an effective phase-in provision would be.
Certain amount of time. For-
And for purposes of discussion, before you answer that, Councilwoman Clapp, I want to know from our city attorney, are there any constitutional issues for takings clause here implicated?
No, banning a certain type of tool from being used in a business would not create a takings problem, because we would not, or the city would not be taking the property. They could use it in other businesses and other locations, for example, in the county areas, in the unincorporated area, and it wouldn't rise to the level overall as a regulatory taking. So you're free from takings concerns if you were to adopt the proposed motion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me think a minute here, phase-in provision. Sure.
How long did they give them last time?
For example, would you consider a 3-year phase-in period?
No, that's way too long.
Okay.
I would say 6 to 9 months, a year at the most.
10 months was last time.
Is the motion being amended to that?
I'm not, that's too short to consider the economic issues of the impacted parties.
The new, all right.
The maker can amend if
Yes,
she
I have a
wishes to.
question about the economics of it. Somebody, wait a minute, a phase-in? All right, let me think about this a minute. We're banning them. What do you mean phase-in?
There's been extensive discussion about the functions have to be met by purchasing of other types of tools.
Okay. All right. There appears to be.
We've had extensive testimony about that.
Right. There's
And
a
you
piece of
don't- you-
equipment here that's handheld. It's called a handheld vacuum mulcher. Vacuum.
That's what I'm.
And I'm wondering what that costs.
$50.
$50.
About what it is hardware.
$50. So somebody, okay, thank you very much. That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I would
I
like to.
wouldn't rely on any testimony that's
I know
not
it.
before us.
I'm wondering whether we've got technology at our disposal. Let's see what they cost. Because 1 year divided by 12, right, is 12 months in a year. The cost of the rudimentary piece of equipment that would do the job to get the thing going. Right now, a gentleman said it's $50 divided by 12. That's less than $5 a month.
Yeah. Commercial quality equipment is never that.
So if you go to a commercial quality, let's say worst case scenario, let's say it costs $1,200. That's $100 a month. A year seems reasonable. So I would amend my motion to say, I move to direct staff to draft an ordinance prohibiting the use of gas and electric blowers within the city limits of Ojai with a phase-in period of 1 year.
Is there a second for that? I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
So for clarity's sake, that your second will replace the previous second by Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, who I take it to not second the proposed one-year phase-in period. So the motion remains on the floor.
Right.
The maker is Councilmember Clapp, the seconder is the mayor.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm willing to support that motion, but only if the motion includes staff, when they come back with that, arrange for either a demonstration or a presentation with regard to the alternate equipment that's available.
I think that's a great idea. And also, maybe staff could do some research about potential grants or buyback programs or some sort of environmental, Greg Grant's like a master at this. Maybe he could research some method in order to get a certificate, a discount, or something like that. And somebody mentioned when they came forward that they had said that they had a conversation. May I bring that woman forward? Because she said that there was somebody who had offered to give this equipment at wholesale.
Okay.
And maybe she
Well, we
could
can-
contact the city, give them that information.
That's fine. Well, we can say contact
That'd be great.
staff.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm not going to make this part, or try to make this part of a motion. I just want to express my interest in the content of a staff report. I think it's fair to do that. Interest in what might, like questions answered by a staff report. Am I allowed to do that? On this motion, if it passes?
Yeah, I think that's within the scope of the item, but I'm not fully understanding
What
you,
I'm
but I
asking-
think
what I'm
if it's
asking
about
is
leaf
for-
blowers, you're fine.
We're talking about a phase-in period. I am vitally interested in immediate support and immediate provisions that would enhance enforcement of our current rules like time periods of operation and so on by the licensing and display aspect, if we're going to amend ordinance to go with a ban with a phase-in period. And I also think it's very important that there be dust control provisions in a phase-in period.
That would not be within the current motion, thus the draft that we brought back on the current motion would not include those things.
Right.
But that could be, that's up to the council.
I don't quite understand where you're going.
Well, the principle here is that it's not economically fair to have an immediate ban.
Correct, so that's why I amended my motion for the year.
And then you're going to have let's say, a year or whatever.
Right,
And I don't want to have a lot of dust clouds for a year,
nor do I.
which means some kind of rules about fugitive dust for use of any power equipment.
Well, that's a whole nother agenda item, I would think.
Well, I think what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying is that there's certain things within this ordinance that's before us tonight that are a vast improvement to what we have, whether we can enforce it or not, like the fugitive dust. So if we're going to institute the motion that's on the table, let's at least take out, because we're going to have a year phase-in, let's at least pull out of what's before us and include it in your motion so that we at least have some kind of fugitive dust provisions in it, rather than just leaving the ordinance that we currently have in place.
Help! That, I understand where they're going with this, and of course, I'm passionate about fugitive dust. Now, bizarre. I think that's really a legitimate concern, that if we have a phase-in period for a year, we could continue to have fugitive dust, which is a health hazard. And directing staff to continue to enforce the existing ordinance, you're correct, it does not address fugitive dust.
But it bans the blowers.
You stuck a stick in the spokes.
I also want to mention that there are no gas blowers allowed now either.
Correct.
So any gas blowers would not be allowed
Right.
if the motion as it's before us,
Mhm.
gas blowers would not be allowed in that 1-year phase-in period.
Right, right. I mean, the existing ordinance says gas blowers are not allowed in residential areas. Electric blowers are, and gas blowers are allowed in commercial, so we're going to continue having the dust issue. I don't know what to do. I think we're getting things so convoluted at this point. I'm confused. I guess I'm...
Well, we can vote on your motion then.
Can I make a comment, Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Haney.
So, this, I just want to be clear what I'm hearing. Before us is the leaf blower ordinance. Is there, conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony, introduce an ordinance revising the city of Ojai noise standards, implement the ordinance as outlined in this report. Is there any way that we can modify this ordinance as it stands?
You know, that, okay. Are you suggesting we're right now that we adopt in this ordinance only the dust provision?
No.
Excuse me, was I
Hold on.
talking?
Yeah, you asked a question.
Okay.
Mr. Summers, the
Thank you.
question that, and I'll, if you understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's within the power for the council on this agenda item to modify the ordinances before you as applied to leaf blowers. Picking up other small engines that are used in landscaping would be too far. But the discussion, you can tweak the rules with leaf blowing.
What I wanted to do was to take into consideration Mrs. Clapp's suggestion on the ban, put that into what we're talking about here, bring in Mr. Wyrick's suggestion regarding the phase-in period, and having the dust mitigation factor in it. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm saying that we don't have to go outside of this. We have an existing ordinance before us that we can modify that will meet that, and we can ask for this to come back at the end of the year to discuss the complete ban of this type of equipment. I'm just asking, is that a better way of doing it?
Well, my only concern with that is that this ordinance before us has to do with gas blowers, and I think that gas blowers just exasperate the situation. They don't correct anything. And personally, I'd like to take care of it now, not put it off to the future. So there's a motion before us right now that is a motion that we're being asked to vote on that will ban leaf blowers with a phase-in period of 1 year. That's what's before us right now, which will leave the existing ordinance in place for 1 year, and 1 year from the date of it becoming back to the council and being approved and read and all that kind of stuff.
Point of
they'll be banned.
information?
Yes.
My understanding is the motion is to direct staff to develop language.
Correct.
Right.
That's right.
It doesn't specifically say we'd wait a year from now.
No, I said,
There'd be a phase-in period whenever, after the effective date of the ordinance.
that's correct, after it's done its
Right, as I
reading.
understood the motion,
Right.
it would be come back at your next meeting with the draft
Nothing about
ordinance.
this particular date.
No,
Yeah.
no, and I did,
Yeah.
that's why I said, after it comes back, and if it even passes, or when it comes back, it passes. But that's what's before us right now, is a motion that will ban leaf blowers within 1 year of the enactment date of the legislation.
Okay, I'll amend my motion. My motion is to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to prohibit the use of gas and leaf blowers within the city limits of Ojai with a 1-year phase-in period, and continue and to start to enforce the current leaf ordinance, blower ordinance now, that is, we're suspending enforcement on. Because we aren't enforcing it right now.
Okay.
So enforce the current ordinance until this new ordinance comes into, for the 1-year period, phase-in period.
Okay? Isn't that the motion that technically is on the table right now, Mr. Summers?
No,
The change would be to add the direction to enforce the current ordinance and its time and certain other restrictions. That's how I understood the change.
Okay, I'll second it because I have some questions.
Yeah, that's not gonna work either.
I'm concerned that the vast majority of the people that are doing the leaf blowing are using gas blowers and not electric blowers. Does anybody have any comments on that?
I think that's true.
I would suggest perhaps Mr. Grant may have some information on that.
Is Mr. Grant here?
He doesn't have any information
Okay.
on that.
What is your thought on that question?
I'm sorry, could you mention that again?
Yeah, my thought is that the vast majority of the people that are doing leaf blowing now are using gas blowers rather than electric.
I would agree.
So by not putting anything in there with regard to gas blowers, then in essence, and also the enforcement mechanism, there's a segment of that group that are going to be immediately impacted regardless of whether there's a phase-in period. Of course, they could get a electric blower and then fall within the guidelines.
I would add that for the residential zones, that's, there's a vast majority of the city which is non-residential, so the gas power is still allowed under the existing ordinance.
Right.
And so that would restrict it just to the residential areas.
Right.
And there is currently there's a lot more good quality rechargeable blowers being brought on the market right now at a much better price, so it makes them more.
All right, and we don't have the gas blowers in residential neighborhoods anyway.
Right. Not allowed under the
Not
current
allowed,
ordinance, but it's.
they're there.
It's not enforced, right?
Okay, I'll amend my motion. Amend my emotion. That's funny, I said that. I'll amend my motion. My motion is going to be direct staff to come back with an ordinance to banning leaf and gas blowers within the city limits of Ojai. And I'll explain why I'm doing this. Electric and gas, I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm saying that because this has put a whole monkey wrench in the whole thing. So, and have staff come back with a report on what is available as far as programs, vouchers, discounts that are available for the equipment that would need to be used to replace this equipment that they will no longer be allowed to use. That's my motion.
I believe that was a motion that failed for a second earlier. Anybody want to second it?
No.
All right. You want to make another motion? You want me to give
Well,
it a try?
as that was structured as an amendment, that would leave the previous motion on the floor.
Correct.
Which
Okay.
was a motion to bring back an ordinance to ban gas and electric leaf blowers with a 1-year phase-in period, and in the meantime, to enforce the current ordinance.
All right.
Which is what I understood your previous motion was, which was seconded.
Mr. Mayor, I suggest that we just vote.
That what now?
Why don't we just vote?
Okay. Your motion's been seconded?
Yeah, why don't we
Okay.
vote?
All right. Any other discussion?
I just want to clarify, what's the idea, what are we bringing back in a year, the alternative?
There's
equipment?
nothing to come back in a year.
Right, so, but if we were, what were we bringing that equipment back for? To sell to the gardeners or to use ourselves? I was a little lost on why we're bringing something back if we're banning something.
No, we're not bringing anything back. It's a direction to staff to bring back an ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
And could I understand an implication of it before I vote?
Yes?
The implication is that anybody using a gas blower now for their livelihood would be immediately in violation as soon as this motion is passed in terms of using a gas blower
In a residential zone.
in a residential zone.
That's correct.
No,
And-
no
yeah.
phase-ins or anything.
Right, and
Okay.
just,
In non-residential zones, they're currently allowed, subject to
No,
certain
I
restrictions.
understand. I'm just-
And that's inherent in that motion.
No, I understand the motion. Just want to make sure I understood it.
okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Haney,
No.
Councilmember Clapp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
No, people need phase-in times.
and Mayor Blatz.
Yes. All right, the motion fails. Is there any other motion that we want to bring forward now?
I'm going to make another stab at it. I would like to simply take the language about immediate enforcement of the current ordinance that has so many problems, as many problems as this proposed ordinance has. And so I'm going to try to take your motion and just take a part of it out of it, that we look at a, direct staff to come back with a ban on all leaf blowers with a one-year phase-in period. Period.
Yeah.
Second?
Okay. I think that is a good motion. I think we can look forward. You know, a year goes by rather quickly. And to not get to where we're ultimately have at the end of the tunnel a ban on leaf blowers, I think we would be remiss not to take our opportunity. I can't guarantee it's going to pass, but.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I speak?
Point of order, yeah.
Bill Miley, North Signal Street. This motion has moved from gas blowers, which was the issue on the agenda, to now all blowers. And if it was initially including electric, I would have spoken against it. So I feel that this is not appropriate to take an action right now because some of us.
Okay, please be quiet in the audience.
Please. It's not appropriate to take an action right now until you put this on the agenda as banning all leaf blowers, not just gas. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have no
Yes.
concerns with the council proceeding as you've outlined in the current motion on the floor.
Okay.
The agenda item was agendized as a discussion of the leaf blower ordinance, not just the gas power leaf blowers or the electric, but leaf blowers. You're fine to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? No? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Haney,
I just want to make this statement. I'm going to go along with this, but my gut says a better motion would be to actually study this, as the doctor had brought up, and actually look at finding a middle ground or a common ground here. So I'm going to vote yes.
Councilmember Clapp,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Blatz,
Yes. Okay. All right. Now, that will be coming back to us in the form of a resolution, so.
Ordinance.
If anybody wants to, or an ordinance, if anybody wants to watch the upcoming agendas for that, you're welcome to come back and address it. All right, we're going to move now to item number 6, which is proposed employment agreement for the city manager.
Kept it simple.
Keep it simple.
Okay, please, we've got a very important agenda item here. If there's people that are going to leave now, I'll take a short break for you to leave.
Mr. Beam has expressed his willingness to be at the bottom of the pile in case there's
Okay.
two speakers.
Okay.
We went on item 6.
Only got some.
I need a break. I need a break.
Okay.
I'm in the bathroom. Let me just.
In the city council meeting, we're almost to the bewitching hour, so we need to get this agenda item started. All right, item number 6 on our agenda is a proposed employment agreement for our city manager, and this staff report will be given by Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Mayor Blatz. Before you is a brief proposed employment agreement for your city manager, resulting in some negotiations as directed by the council in a closed session for labor negotiation that you and I negotiated with the city manager. The agreement is substantially the same as was for the previous city manager, Mr. Clark. It would provide for a $160,000 a year salary, the same medical and other benefits as other management employees, mileage, but no auto allowance, a 3-year term, retirement via PERS, as is the case for every other city employee, and that 3-year term is renewable annually thereafter. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Just that you said it was essentially the same contract that Mr. Clark had, other than the salary provision.
Right. The salary and a few other minor changes were made. I can review those if you'd like.
What was Mr. Clark's salary at the time he left?
Mr. Clark's salary at the time of his departure was approximately $190,000.
Okay. Thank you. All right, any comments by the council before I take public comment? No? No comment? All right, Brian Akins.
Thank you very much. I'm Brian Akins. I'm live outside the city, but I'm involved in multiple things within the city, supporting them. So I'm also representing Deborah Moe, who left earlier, so I asked her to text it to me, just got here seconds ago. Thank goodness for technology. So Deborah Moe, in her speaking, says, "Good evening, council members. I've heard some interesting things here tonight, and I'd love to speak on this matter. Steve McClary has been involved with Ojai and assistant manager for over 7 years. This is a guy with boots on the ground and now being interim city manager for the last 6 months. I do believe he's proved himself quite competent. In the mid-90s, I ran a little snack room at the Boyd Center in the evening. Back then, there were lots of programs. The teams were very well represented. Gym classes were booming, and then it kind of took a dump. Morale was down, programs fell through the cracks, and the Park and Rec department suffered. Steve McClary, in my opinion, has turned that around today, and this is one of the cornerstones of the city. We live in a place of declining enrollment." And it terminates there, so.
All right, thank you.
So that was Deb's. I just want to say one thing on my own behalf, that I've been involved with, again, with the city, with other things in the city. I have had the chance to deal with a couple different city managers and a couple different city councils and different things. My involvement with Steve has always been pleasant. I find him responsive. I find him eager to provide the things that are necessary. I called him one afternoon before a Parks and Rec department meeting and said, "Steve, I'm trying to find the map for the Parks and Rec that they're going to talk about. I need to make sure that Boyd Center is being protected." Steve said, "I haven't got, wait just a second, Brian, it just came in an email. I'll send that over to you now." And so I had that information that I needed in order to go in as a history protection kind of guy with the museum and the HBC to go into that meeting informed. And I appreciated Steve doing that right at that very moment that he received it and forwarding it to me. So again, just wanting to put my kudos in for Steve McClary and tell him thank you.
Thank you. Marcy Tosher?
Good evening. First of all, Nigel Chisholm wanted to be here. I think he's written 4 of you. And I don't think he got to you. Councilman Haney, so he told me to tell you, and all of you, remind you, Matthew Sewell will be speaking later, and Nigel agrees with everything that Matthew's going to say. So, that's Nigel. And me, I just want to read a letter that I sent you all, just to get it into the record. And not going to get into the substantive issue of the qualifications of the candidate, just to talk about the process. I'm not sure when the contract expires for Ojai's interim city manager, but if the expiration is forthcoming, I would urge the city council to take the prudent course of action and extend it for 6 months. This will allow, phase in, that seems to be a theme tonight. This will allow for a fully vetted open recruitment process and will provide for community input and for the newly seated council members a say. The city manager plays a key role in the administration of the many functions of city government. The citizens of Ojai have to feel confident that this person will serve in their best interests and will operate independent of the council when necessary. The short-circuited and secretive hiring of a key employee without community consultation is disheartening. The rush to accomplish this prior to a key election makes it even more so. Good government principles require a more thoughtful and open process. I urge you to continue the current interim city manager's role as interim until an exhaustive and open search is conducted. Thank you for your consideration.
Marcy, I have a question for you. What do you mean by act independent of the council when necessary?
Just what I said.
Do you understand that the city manager works for the council?
I understand that.
So he works at our
But he
direction?
also works for the citizens of Ojai.
No, he works for the council.
Okay.
He works
well,
for the council.
We elect
So
you.
he works at our
Right.
direction. He does not work independently of us. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Even more reason.
Johnny Johnston?
I'll be short. You indulged me earlier, and I wasn't intending to come back up, but I think what the last speaker was saying, that the manager needs to be independent enough to tell the council what they need to know, not necessarily what they like to hear, and that is a real dilemma for city managers. The city attorney said this is the same contract as Rob Clark. This is just a business thing. This has nothing to do with the selection or the decision. But under Basic Benefits, Section B, it says the manager shall be allowed to carry over all current balances of all accumulated vacation leave, sick leave credits, et cetera. Mr. Clark didn't work for the city, so he had no balances to carry forward. I'm just curious if you know what those balances are in terms of the economic value, because they'll probably be something like doubled in value as a result of this contract. So for whatever that's worth, it's just all part of the analysis. Thank you.
We do know what that is, Mr. Johnston. I don't have the figures in front of me, but Mr. McCleary, whether he was with the city, well, whether he was named as the city manager or not named as the city manager, would still maintain those same benefits.
Right. You realize what
Didn't
the
lose
change
the
in the
benefits.
value of those benefits is overnight?
Yeah,
Would you like to share that with us?
I don't have those numbers.
Right. Seemed like that would be
did
an
discuss
important
it,
thing
yeah.
to know. If the question of the value of the contract is something if it's important to you.
I understand. Thank you.
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I will note that those hours of accumulated vacation and sick leave have already been accumulated, and Mr. McCleary has a legal right to those hours.
Right.
Yeah. Just for clarity, I don't know where your finance person is, and this isn't really a great place to be talking about this, and I apologize for it.
Okay.
But if I earn an accumulated hour at one level of compensation, and overnight my compensation because of promotion is increased, in this case significantly, if it's only 1 hour, not a big deal. If it's 300 hours, you might want to figure that out.
Yeah. Thank you. Matthew Sewell?
Mayor Blatz,
Hi,
Council.
Matthew.
Good evening. I've lived in the Ojai Valley continuously since 1974, and in that time I've lived in every section of the valley. And currently I reside outside the city limits, which in these parts might classify me as an outside agitator. For that reason, I normally stay out of city politics these days. But I'm here tonight because I have a stake in this. Not only do I have grown children living in the city, but I have a stake in the proper functioning of our democratic process. Many people are here tonight with concerns about how this process has been handled by the council, and more specifically, the lack of transparency with which this process has been handled. There is a set of best practices for selecting a city manager, and those best practices were clearly ignored. Because of this, the council has failed to avoid the appearance of impropriety, one of the cornerstones of government ethics. Our democratic process depends on ethics because it depends on trust. It's a relationship. Not only do we need to trust that you will do the right thing, but you need to trust us to do the right thing too. That means following best practices, and it means including your constituents in issues that directly affect them. I think we're all giving you the benefit of the doubt. You probably selected the best manager. We'll never know, though, because there was not even an open selection process, and that is the problem here. Because of this, I would strongly urge that you delay this contract, seek public input in establishing criteria, establish a nominating committee. If you have made the best selection, you have nothing to lose. If you have to make this decision right now, something's very wrong. The time to include your constituents in this is in the beginning, not right here as we stand before you tonight giving our token input after everything else is said and done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Gardner?
Good evening, Council. I'm Chris Gardner, and as you know, a candidate for City Council. So let me start off a little off topic here. Mayor Blatz, I'd like to commend you for your handling of the agenda item earlier on this topic, and Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick on your comment about the attendees. People are noisy, other people are noisy somewhere else, and the room is small, right? So there's only 20 or 30 people here. I've been very forthright about saying we need to make sure we're including everyone in the conversation, not just the few that attend every other Tuesday night. So I was a public company CEO for 9 years. I made hundreds of decisions that were reviewed by employees, customers, shareholders, Wall Street analysts, and others. I learned that how you include these stakeholders in a decision is just as important, perhaps more important, than what the decision is. I've been in front of council before, and I've been critical of your transparency before. This is not my first time on this issue. But tonight, there's enough in this small crowd who will be critical of you on this particular decision. They're organized, they will be loud. So let me focus on a more important point. Steve McClary, based on my knowledge of him, is a good man. It's unfortunate, through no fault of his own, he's the center of this debate. As you know, I've had my issues with City Council and with City Hall. Even so, I found Steve to be professional, capable, and respectful. He's done a lot of heavy lifting through the recent staff shortages, and God knows he's working hard on those 47 priorities that you guys gave him. Does that make him the right city manager for Ojai? I don't know. That's the job of council. But what I do know is our city deserves better transparency from this council on every single issue. Optics is important, as you're finding out tonight. If people feel they were not involved in the decision or don't understand how the decision is made, they will fight the decision, even if it's the right decision. This is true in business, and as we know, it's true in government. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Francis?
Good evening, Mayor Blatz and Council. Thank you for your hard work on this. In my mind, this is Tom Francis. Anyway, in my mind, this is simple. There is a valid process concern being expressed here. You're making a major employment decision worth approximately $750,000 in a matter that is far outside the norm of best hiring practices. Hiring practices the city followed when recruiting your former city manager, finance, and public works directors. In the interest of building, rather than diminishing trust in how you make decisions, I ask that you pause and err on the side of more than ample opportunity for public input. This is an important question. It's a question of how you hire. One simple way to achieve this end, meaning pause, is to compromise by extending the interim city manager's present employment for 6 months rather than approving a 3-year contract tonight. Please hear me when I say this is not about who is ultimately hired. I think Mr. McCleary is a fine man, as many have mentioned. I think he's doing a good job. This is really just an issue of fairness, open, and good governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Green?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Stan Green. I live in the city, and I'm a little confused, as maybe some of you are also. I've been a director on the Ojai Valley Sanitary District for about 25 years. And the way that we work is we elect a board of directors. And we actually do it, not in the way we do the city, which is open, but there are areas that we represent. And the way that works is we have elections and we choose directors who represent the people in that district, which is all of the people that are served by the sanitary district. So what I don't understand is the city manager works for the council, and the people of the city work for the city manager. And that's what we do at our district. We elect the directors, and the directors pick their manager, and everybody in that district works for the manager. And so I don't know what the transparency thing is, because I don't understand what it is that we're being asked to do, or what you're being asked to do, which is help us elect a city manager. Well, we don't do it that way. The city manager works for the elected officials. They choose him, and they expect him to be responsible for the activities of the employees of that district or city. So transparency is you vote for somebody and you allow them to pick their chief manager who hires and operates the system for you. I don't understand what transparency has to do with it, because if you don't like who they picked as a manager, you vote them out of office, or you try to influence them to get rid of them, which they're able to do whenever they want to, which is what we've got now. Now we seem to be sitting on some kind of function that somebody doesn't like because you did it without asking them. So I think what you need to do is say, we don't do it that way. This is the way we run this city. The mayor is a member of the council, and the mayor will do things, that he never did before, like set up the meetings and do a lot of the outside work, as a representative. But that does not make it a mayor running the city, and it does not say anything about the people being involved in the choice of who the council selects to run the city. So please be informed that I think that the issue of transparency is a phony one.
Okay, thank you, Stan. Craig Beam?
Stan has a lot of good points. As many of you know, I'm a former city attorney, and after being a former city attorney, I've been special counsel to, I'm guessing, at least 40 cities or public agencies in California, throughout California, from Sacramento down to the border. And what seems to be missing here is the understanding that you are a general law city. And as a general law city, the structure that you live with is basically prescribed by the government code. You're not a county. You operate differently than many counties do. You're not a charter city either. But the advantage of your operation is that as policymakers, you have the ability to see that your policies are carried out. You're not required to go outside and say, let's vote for somebody over here to see who we want to implement your policies. I mean, that undercuts the very reason for the election of a mayor and city council. So, I mean, you really need to have your own team, run with the ball. And frankly, if the voters of the city do not believe you're moving in the right direction, I'm sure they'll tell you. That's the reality. That is their choice. But their choice is not to suggest that you have somebody that works independent of the direction of the city council. That's simply not the way that a general law city works. Not in my experience, not in 45 years of practice of law. It simply doesn't work that way. And even in charter cities, it really doesn't work that way. So you have adequate protections in your contract to assure on periodic reviews, and they could be yearly or they could be more often than that, to see whether or not the city manager is acting properly or not. The thing that I find interesting from my own perspective, because I've worked with Mr. McClary as an attorney for various groups, is that he does a good job, and he's extremely hardworking. He's very diligent. I mean, you get emails from him at time that everybody else would be in bed about what's going on. So, I mean, in terms of carrying out policies, you've got what you need. If the public thinks that your policies offered directly are inappropriate or offered as implemented through Mr. Clary are inappropriate, the public needs to tell you that. I've not heard that there have been any complaints of that type. So I think there's a significant confusion, as Stan was saying, who's been on the board of another public agency with similar governance rules, in the expectations here. This doesn't require a plebiscite, and by the by, we've all seen multiple circumstances where if you do an RFP, somebody looks great on paper, but there's nothing like working with somebody for what now, 8 years or so, to actually know what they're made of.
Yep.
So I'd
Thank
say
you.
stay the course and hire Mr. McClary.
Thank you very much. Carol Castanen. She left. Don Tiding.
Good evening, Dawn Tating. I will be reading a statement by our local historian, Mr. David Mason. Mr. Mason is unable to attend tonight's meeting, but wanted to present his feelings about Steve McClary for city manager. David said, "As many of you know, I have lived in the Ojai Valley for 77 years. I have seen many city managers come and go. Many did exceptional jobs. Some were not in tune with the desires of the residents of our valley, which caused a lot of unhappiness. Now we have a chance to hire a man who has done more in a short time he has been here than most did during their entire employment. Steve shows an incredible amount of loyalty and trust to the city. He has been the first to admit any mistakes he felt he may have done and has gone beyond the normal to try and correct them. He has constantly worked to improve himself and has proved to me that the good of the city and staff has been his main goal. He has stood by citizens when they were experiencing health problems and comforted them until they had improved. For these reasons, I truly hope that this fine man that we have the opportunity to hire as our city manager will be given this great opportunity for the beautiful city of Ojai." Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Sabrina Venkus?
Hi, Council. Sabrina Venskis, 407 Drone Avenue. I don't think there's any confusion. I think that the issue is that the policy of this council and of the city has been to have open selection process for its staff. So And the council is deviating from that policy, that general policy, in this particular case. And so the concern is that, as the council has with other important executive positions, the council should continue on with that policy and have an open selection process. So just to clarify that, I don't think that there's a misconception by the people that are advocating for an open process. I now want to read from a letter from former Mayor Sue Horgan, directed to Mayor Blatz, Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, Council Members Clapp, Laura, and Haney. She states, I am deeply concerned by the City Council's present approach to filling the city manager position. My concern should not be construed as any sort of reflection on the interim city manager's qualifications or suitability for the position. This communication is solely about the process, not the man presently being considered. The open selection best practices hiring methodology that has historically been employed by the City of Ojai when recruiting city staff is not being applied in this case. In addition, there's been no opportunity for public input as to whether or not hiring from within via closed process as presently proposed or engaging in an open selection process is in the best interests of your constituents or yourselves. All that has occurred to date is closed session negotiation of an employment contract, and now the council and the public are faced with the question of whether or not to approve this contract. This is not good governance. I am writing to you today, or I'm actually speaking to you today through Sabrina Venskis, to urge you to operate in an open and transparent manner. I believe that you have missed a critical step in this process. The misstep is inviting the public to comment on the important question of process and then go through the actual open selection process. Additionally, any significant contract approval, particularly the new city manager's contract approval 42 days before the election, is not good governance, especially without public input. Therefore, I strongly urge the council to delay discussion and or potential approval of the city manager employment contract until the city completes an open selection process for the position. Alternatively, the council should bring forward a discussion item on a future agenda where the council can explain to the public why the council is opting out of an open selection process, which would allow the public to weigh in on the contract, especially within 42 days of an election. Thank you, former Mayor Sue Horgan.
Thank you. Robin Gerber?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Robin Gerber. I live in the new historic district of Termina Lane. Thank you very much. Well, this is a question, I think we need to tease this out a little bit. This is a question of good governance and best practices, and has nothing to do with Steve McCleary, who is, as everyone has said, apparently a very good public servant. I think, in fact, we're doing a disservice to Steve. You're doing a disservice to Steve. Of course you have the right, and you should, pick the very best person. This is about the process that you've chosen to go through to do that, or apparently the lack of a process. And here's the disservice to Steve. By going through a process of choosing from a broad pool, Steve has a chance, Mr. McCleary has a chance to show his stuff. And let me just read to you a little bit from several points from the International City and County Management Association. And there are other associations like the National Council of Cities and others that you can refer to for best practices. But they say opening up the hiring process when you have a good, even great internal candidate does this. It can provide internal candidates with a great experience and the chance to show their stuff against those from other organizations. I realize Mr. McCleary's been in public life for a long time and has great experience. Times are changing very quickly. There are people who have different kinds of experiences in different cities that are doing things differently than Ojai, and it would be excellent both for him and for you, and of course for the public, to understand how where he stands vis-a-vis these other people. Secondly, it can give the manager confidence and buy-in from others involved in the selection process by going through a full recruitment process. And I do think that's the disservice to Steve here. Of course, some of us know him and know what an excellent public employee he is. But why not give him the chance to have a way of showing and speaking to the whole city about his talents, and you do that vis-a-vis other people. And finally, an open process allows all applicants on a level playing field, something that is extremely important for an open recruitment process and a well-run organization. So I think there's plenty of places you can find information on best practices. I think I'm surprised, frankly, that those of you who care deeply about process have not used what would clearly be the best practice in this case. Thank you.
Joan Kemper?
I will not speak on process because I don't know about process, but I have been working with various city managers, going back to Andy Belknap, Dan Singer. I won't list all the name of them. I've also gone through a few public hiring or general hiring. Some of that has been, one or two choices have been somewhat, not drastic, but not successful. And I have fortunately been working very closely for the last year and a half on the Libby Bowl ad hoc committee with formerly Rob Clark and Steve McClary and a couple of council members. And of course, working with Steve during that time, I've watched him. He has leadership, all the things that have been said about him, but he loves Ojai. He knows Ojai. And he has great respect for the staff. Most importantly, he listens. And a lot of people talk, but they don't listen. He listens, and then he takes that into consideration. And you can find a lot of recruiting. You can do a lot of recruiting, but are you going to find anybody better and that really knows Ojai? Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Leonard Clave?
Leonard Clay, 412 North Fulton Street. I too am confused about this discussion about transparency and process. Do people envision having a parade of 6 or 12 potential managers at a public forum where the citizens get to question them about their beliefs on the cities, which would be irrelevant because their job is not to represent the voters, the residents, the citizens. The job of the city manager is to follow direction of council. So whatever their individual personal beliefs are is of no consequence to doing the job. The question, and so it's your job to hire, it's not our job. It's our job to hire you all through the elections, and it's your job to hire the city manager. End the discussion. In terms of Steve, I'm a member of the budget committee, and Steve has continually just knocked me over with his knowledge of the process of finances and government. My wife is a member of the Arts Commission, and I sometimes attend meetings, and we talk about things about the Arts Commission. As a liaison to the Arts Commission, he's been enormously supportive of the arts. The last two city managers we have who went through the exhaustive process, and I'm sure the council, including ex-mayor Horgan, did their best to pick the best candidate, and the best candidate knew nothing about Ojai, could care less about Ojai, didn't appreciate Ojai. And we have someone who has shown that they do appreciate Ojai. They get Ojai. He gets Ojai. He's got Steve has an incredible ability to be extraordinarily quiet and listen, and then speak his mind. I don't think any city official has sort of slapped me down the same way Steve did a couple of months ago, and I deserved it. And it was after he listened to what I have to say. He's a remarkably hardworking, smart, intelligent, brilliant person who has proven his devotion to Ojai. And I can't, and the one thing that comes, comes to mind, we had, when they were talking about the bowling alley, and this is slightly off, and people might not get the analogy, but I'll try it anyway. There was some representative from Walgreens who came up and talked to the council and said, I've spent the last week here in Ojai, and I've been talking to the people, and I know just what they want. They want a 24-hour drive-through pharmacy. People, somebody, you get somebody in from someplace other than Ojai, they spend the week here and they think they know the town, and you think you know how they're going to react to Ojai? That's nonsense. You have a fantastic candidate who's proven his worth, and hire him.
Thank you.
Do your job and hire him.
Okay. Thank you, Lenny. I don't have any other speakers cards. I did see Nigel. Did you want to address this, Nigel? I know that. Yeah, and then I'll get to you next, Bill.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Nigel Chisholm. I'm sure you've all been in my bars and stuff, this, that, and the other. And I very much appreciate it, and I hope what I'm going to say is not going to...
Appreciate the other night giving
make
us
right.
press.
Hope you will still continue to come in and enjoy what is a great place in town. I'm looking around here. I know you all. I'm new to this community, Lenny. I've only been here 15 years. I don't know if I'm a newcomer or not. But I spent a lot of time talking to people. Nobody has said anything bad here on either side about Steve. I haven't heard a single bad word, and I know I came a little bit late, but I have a job to do, and I work hard. I don't think anybody is saying that Steve should not get the job. Nobody's saying that at all. As Matt said, and I agree with everything that Matt said, he may well be the best person for the job. That isn't the issue. The issue is whether you should hire him in closed session. It's simply that. Apparently, by all intents and purposes, he's done a fantastic job. That's great, let him prove it. If he proves it in an open selection process, Steve, I'd encourage you to ask for more money. Yeah, get a better package, whatever it is. That's fine. Just go ahead and give everybody the opportunity in the same way that this council has done previously. Now, you may have made bad decisions before. That doesn't mean you'll make a bad decision next time. If you carry on with this, it's a bad decision. Not because you're making the wrong decision, but because the optics are all wrong. Good governance means open governance. In a town of 8,000 people, surely we're entitled to an open process. Nobody's suggesting that we want a parade of 12 or 14 people where everybody's going to come in and throw eggs at somebody. Nobody's saying that. It is your job. We just want to know that it's a process that is being followed, it's reasonable. Now, I can't speak to the law of it, as you did. You may not be required to. There's a lot of things in life that we are not required to do, but we do anyway because it appears to be the right thing. In my opinion, for what it's worth, this is one of those things. This is not going to go down well. Again, not because Steve is the wrong person. He may very well be the correct person. It all looks very wrong. It looks like an old boys club is what it looks like, quite frankly. That is not good enough for this town. It's not good enough by a long shot. We should be open. I expect good governance from this town. You're going to do what you're going to do. I suspect the decision's already made. I would encourage you to revisit it. There's no reason somebody, I don't know if it was Mr. Gardner, it was you, hold it off to the new council. Let them deal with it. Doing this, it's almost like doing something at midnight. It shouldn't be done. Wait, make your decision. Your decision should be, at the very least, to hold it for the next council. All right? Steve, I appreciate everything you do in this town. I truly do. I think you're a fantastic man. I really personally think you do a fantastic job. I just think the process needs to be addressed in a very, very serious way here. If you do this, what's the next thing? That's what we need to look at, all right? And Paul, thanks very much.
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you in the hub in about 25 minutes,
Okay.
all right? Thanks.
Okay. Bill Miley, are you ready?
Bill Miley, North Signal Street. As a lot of you know, I've lived here for 48 years. I remember when Andy Belknap was the Public Works Director, and he was appointed to city manager from within, and he was a great city manager, good city manager. The last two city managers we've had, and I've been actively involved in working on housing with several of them, in my opinion, ended up being disasters. And they were hired through an open recruitment. I was thinking of an analogy. So if your teenage daughter or your daughter was 20 years old, brought home, her boyfriend said, I want to marry him, would you say to her, I think you should bring all of the 20-year-olds that you know so I can evaluate them to see if maybe there's a better choice? Okay. So as I see it, your elected city council, the majority of your elected city council is responsible for good government. And transparency is being thrown around here, but I see transparency as a subunit of good government. And I believe that now we have good government. We didn't in the past. The last city manager ended up, in my opinion, was a real disaster. I'm happy to send him a card and say goodbye. Okay. So I see there seems to be there's two parts to this question. One is the process, as other folks have said, that the city council used and uses to determine how to choose a city manager and or to keep a city manager. And two, the actual evaluation of a candidate for determining who to appoint. Now, I looked up the League of California Cities, which is the group that all the cities belong to, and they provide best practice issues. And I looked at their performance evaluation for city manager, which I think can be used in hiring a city manager. And I'll read you the major points. Performance evaluation for city manager, League of California Cities. A little while ago on the web, so it's current, okay? Number one, policy-making role, criteria, policy-making role. A, providing information. B, providing advice. Two, internal administration. A, financial management, personnel management, and getting the job done. Three, criteria three, external relationships. A, citizen relationship. B, intergovernmental relationship. 4, personal characteristics, personality, communications, and management style. And last is achievements. I like interim city manager Steve McClary. It's a pleasure, excuse me, I lost it.
Wrap it up, please, Bill.
Okay. I see him as friendly, receptive, responsive, good at communicating, and most importantly, trustworthy. We haven't had any crises, which we used to have frequently. Things are getting done, projects are getting completed. And I do think that the processes that you go through to make decisions includes the one you did. And I'm sure you use the criteria that the League of California Cities says is best practices. So I strongly support the hiring of Steve McClary as permanent city manager.
Thank you, Bill. I don't have any other speakers cards. Anybody want to address us? Yes. Okay, Dale.
Dale Hansen, I live in the city. I've been here almost 30 years, and I remember when Andy Belknap was hired, and I don't think that was done with an RFP, nor with Dan Singer, and they were both good. The last two that were hired with an open process, as some people have said, were less than wonderful. And I think that we know Steve, we know his work, he's been here, he's done a good job, and I think he's a great guy for the job.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, I'll bring it back to council. Any comments by council? Councilman
Mayor
Laura?
Blatz,
Yes.
I feel like I haven't spoken tonight.
You haven't?
Welcome. Welcome back. I was afraid that I wasn't going to be, I should have just stayed home. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys coming. We heard really good, compelling arguments for process and which one to select. And through that, I heard a lot of support for Steve, just in general. I just want to note that for the record. And this also to note for the record, it has been, the process is up to council because the city manager does work for council and the city council members do work for the citizens. Nothing has been decided until it's been presented in open session, and this is the right procedure. We have a process, or we have a choice as council members to either go to RFP or recommend somebody. We're not doing anything that is out of ordinary. It has been stated through our speakers that there's been times where we've actually hired somebody without doing an RFP. So I'm not sure what the confusion is here, and why transparency has been an issue here. If anybody really follows us and has been following us for the last, I guess since I've been here, we've been pretty open with the public on any type of processes and type of issue items, including the last one that this council heard, which was a leaf blower item. I think that it's what I'm hearing more than anything is probably why we're recommending Steve, and I could see through our staff report that we don't really have the opportunity. We haven't had the opportunity to do that, but through public comment, I feel like we have. He's definitely had been in the city for 7+ years, and understands the community. And I think that if we're able to find somebody through our staff, instead of opening up a process that it's just ultimately not going to be financially beneficial, I think that that weighs into our decision. I think that we should be, that us as council members have been very diligent at evaluating city managers this last year and a half or 2 years, and that we have been listening to the public through different items and been evaluating our city manager. And I think that Steve has done an exceptional job this last 6 months. I think he's created a sense of positive environment here in the city. With staff, and he's followed and he's listened to the council. That's where I stand right now. I think that I don't want to appear that I am not taking public opinion. I just he's been working for the city for longer than I've been in council, and I've just seen a lot of positive things from him.
Well, Mayor, first of all, I want to let everyone know I did hear what you're saying, and I hear this process issue is a big concern. This is my first hiring of a city manager, so I took this responsibility very, very seriously. And I think over the last 6 months, we've challenged Steve with a lot of with a lot of things that we recognized in the past weren't being done properly. And we challenged him with, do you have the skill set? Are you willing to move this forward? And all he's done is demonstrated that he understands this community and that he's willing to bend over backwards to make sure this community succeeds. And we've evaluated him 3 times, Steve? 2 times at least? I mean, it wasn't a handshake and a pat on the back and you got the job. You know, we made it clear to him that there's a lot of things that had been done poorly in the past and that we wanted to see some quality changes made, and that's what he's done. So that's what he's done in the last 6 months. My experience with Steve was when I was chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, and the fact that he steered me and guided me and how to be a better commissioner. And that in turn allowed our Rec and Park Commission to grow, and it's the real reason that department is running and is as successful today than it has ever been. And that's Steve's backbone, his ability to see the future, not accept the past practices. We've done that, been there. Steve's willing to move the ball forward, and that's a big, big thing that this community needs. So I'm a big advocate of his, and I think we have tested him in the short period of time, and we have questioned him, and we have given him the opportunity to lead and succeed, and that's what he's doing. So I stand 100% behind hiring him.
Councilmember Clapp? Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
A couple of things I want to state for the record. Number one is that there's been a fair amount of public discussion about this, the whole Citygate audit report. And for the record, I just want to state that and I got to be careful, and I have to, Mr. Summers is going to stop me if I need to be stopped, because it's so difficult to debate some of these issues, because there are, we can't talk about discussions that go in closed session in terms of personnel items. We can't even discuss the circumstances. There's all kinds of rules about what you can and cannot say about personnel actions in past city managers, present, and so on. But I think I can state in generality that the displeasure over what was going on in terms of city processes was expressed to the former city manager.
That's okay.
His response was to recommend a Citygate audit report. It came from him. And the process of city council is to say, okay, if that's the path you think is appropriate, all right. And then very soon after that report came in with the series of things that admittedly a lot of them were common sense, but nevertheless that's what the report did. This was at the request of the former city manager, recommendation. Very shortly after that he resigned. And we then engaged the interim city manager in a series of going through those, implementing a number of those recommendations, a process that's going on to this day. Am I okay so far?
Yeah, you're all right. And
All right.
just for the record, and for those who may not recall, the Citygate audit was discussed at a council meeting in December, the second meeting in December of 2015, if I remember correctly.
Right. And so I wanted to correct the, I just wanted to set the record straight about that broad situation with the Citygate audit report. I've looked at the history, the performance history, as much information as I could obtain of city managers hired with and without a broad-based recruitment process. The goal is to have a city manager that works effectively with city council in terms of the best service to the citizens of Ojai. And you know what? History tells me there's not a lot of difference. You cannot say that one promoting from within versus going out with a headhunter, for example, has made, you can't distinguish the success in that. It's simply not a determinant factor. Not a predictive factor, in other words, over the history of as many city managers as I was able to go back. It's been done both ways. So our job is to get it right, not to put process before outcome and performance. Second of all, I'm perplexed. Well, third of all, I'm perplexed at the idea of open recruitment process for department heads. Department heads are hired by the city manager, period. I'm not sure exactly what that reference is about. In fact, we've had letters talking about council hiring department heads. Council doesn't hire department heads. The city manager form of government is very strict about that.
There are only two positions that are hired by the council, the city manager and the city attorney. Every other position is hired by the city manager.
Exactly. Without, in fact, specifically without the involvement of council.
That is correct. Both government code and the city's own code provide explicitly that the council may not interfere in the city manager's selection of staff.
And in fact, I want to quote Section 2-3.07, Interference in Administration, stating that, wait, let me try to get the exact wording here, that no member of the council shall in any manner, directly or indirectly, by suggestion or otherwise, attempt to influence or coerce the city manager in the making or removal of any appointment with respect to staff. And that the city council and its members shall deal with the administrative services and the employees of the city only through the city manager, except for the purpose of inquiry. And neither the council nor any member thereof shall give orders to any subordinate of the city manager. Neither, period. That's our law.
Would you like to just
No, I'm going to finish, all right?
Okay, it's getting late, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Johnston, I'm quoting the city code.
I know, but you said you were perplexed.
Mr. Johnston, will you let me finish my testimony?
Yes, we've brought it back to council. Any further comments by the public are inappropriate.
Now, what I'm trying
Do you
to say...
disagree with that? Do you believe that after it comes back to council, anybody can come back up here and begin to talk?
No.
Okay.
Request to.
That's right, and I'm denying your request.
My point being is, that is the law of this city, which reflects the general law statutes of the state, period. Furthermore, the election for mayor means absolutely nothing in terms of the current authority of the mayor. Zero. The only thing that's with the election of a mayor is that the mayor, who chairs the meeting and has the powers the mayor already has, is determined by the people and not by appointment by the city council, period. And so the job of this council is, first of all, to follow our law, and second of all, to choose the right person to work with council to provide services the best that we can figure out for the citizens of this city. So we have to make the best judgment about who the best person is, and that includes the process. And I just think that the implication that there is some sort of a public process for choosing department heads is it's not part of our policy, and it's not part of the rules of a general law city. And so for that reason, I just want to say that I've come to the conclusion from a lot of based on a lot of experience here, and a lot of experience in another public agency, namely higher education, when I was administrator for more than 10 years, that you just choose the best person you can find. And I feel like we've done, I think that the person we have sitting over there is the best. So that's my personal opinion.
Councilwoman Clapp?
I've been writing some things down, and also we received some letters from Sue Horgan, which was read into the record earlier, but there was also a letter written by former Mayor Ray Hanstead. And I think I would like to read that into the record as well for the benefit of the public, because when former elected officials come forward with a matter, it's very unusual. They usually don't. Once they leave office, they're inclined to go into the shadows and are very reluctant to come forward. So I take very seriously the fact that Sue Horgan and Ray Hanstead have stepped forward with their concerns about the process that has been taken. So I want to read first the letter from Ray Hanstead. She says, regarding hiring practices, hang on a second. Dear Mayor Blatz and council members, I'm a firm believer in governmental transparency because it builds trust between the public and those making decisions on their behalf. It recently came to my attention that the City Council may hire a city manager without an open selection process. Though in an open selection process, I think we need some clarification on that. An open selection process is you put out in the announcement that the job is available and people apply. And then they're interviewed, and then it is decided after the interviews who the council in this case would want to hire. It's not an open selection process that it's open to the public and people come in and they observe and ask questions. That's not what we're talking about. So to reiterate, it recently came to my attention that the City Council may hire a city manager without an open selection process. Though I know it is within your right to hire from within rather than follow the methodology applied when the council hired our planning director, public works director, finance director, former city manager, etc. What is perplexing to me is the lack of transparency and opportunity for public input regarding this deviation from past hiring patterns. Please understand that my comments on this matter strictly relate to process, as I have no desire at present to opine upon the interim city manager's suitability for that position. In fact, if the council were to follow hiring best practices and open up this process, I would encourage Steve to throw his hat into the ring. Though it was likely unintentional, I think that's a very important statement right there. Though I think it was likely unintentional, I believe the council has created an environment of distrust by not allowing ample opportunity for the public to participate in a decision as important as how best to approach selecting our top staff person. The good news is that you have an opportunity right now to bring more transparency to this process. I believe a little more transparency will go a long way to increase the level of trust voters feel toward the sitting council and mayor. Therefore, I strongly urge the council to place the city manager recruitment question on a future agenda and discuss how best to allow ample opportunity for public participation regarding whether or not there should be an open selection process to employ a city manager for Ojai. And what I find interesting is that's kind of what we're having right now. That really should have occurred right after Mr. Clark left our employ and Steve was asked to be the interim. I believe council should have come forward and said what our intentions were, what the process that we were going to follow. And I'm really sorry that this, and this is my notes that I've taken while listening. And I also had something I wrote in reflection from these comments from the former mayors. And tonight, I'm really sorry that this has become a discussion about Steve and not the process. And I think it's unfortunate these two discussions were put on the same item, because I think it's unfair to Steve to have this have become a discussion about him. And I don't think that was the intention of anybody that came into this room tonight with the concerns was to have it be a discussion about Steve and his qualifications. So I apologize to you, Steve. I would have rather have had it be a separate discussion. I've had good experiences with Steve. He's an honorable man, and he deserves better than this. And I don't want him to come to our employ, if that is the decision of council tonight or in the future, with a cloud of suspicion over the process that was taken for his hiring. That's grossly unfair to him. If there's an appearance, it's almost like the conflict of interest. If there's an appearance of a lack of transparency or an appearance that the process that's being taken is done behind closed doors, that it's in the smoke-filled room, that brings concern to me, whether it's 1, 10, or 500 people that come into this room and say they're concerned about how this process is being unfolding. I take that very seriously. The people are asking for an open discussion about how and why council has chosen the process for hiring the city manager. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing. I'm going to proceed with what I wrote earlier, and it's going to, earlier today when I was reflecting on this situation because of all the letters and controversy that's come about. As a council, we have a responsibility to govern openly and allow ample opportunity for public input. It is clear the council's recent departure from hiring best practices regarding choice of a city manager has eroded public confidence. Though hiring via a closed process where we do not openly offer the position to all qualified applicants is within our right to do. I'm going to repeat that. Though hiring via a closed process where we do not openly offer the position to all qualified applicants is within our right. Doing so without allowing the public adequate time to opine upon whether, it's interesting, Ray used opine as well, opine upon whether or not the process should be opened up is a departure from the democratic process. In the past, I understand that it's the city manager who hires department heads, but in public service, it is best practices to open up the application process to the public, whether it be the duty of the city manager to do the hire or whether it's the duty of the council to hire. The common practice is to open it up. And that's how we've done it in the past, and that seems to be how most cities have done it. And interestingly enough, I've thought about it a lot, and some of the cities that come to mind that have not had that process are the infamous city of Bell. And I really don't want to emulate Bell, quite frankly. So this is the other thing I wrote earlier, is there's a call by the public for greater participation and transparency with this important decision. And again, this discussion should not be about Steve, and I'm really sorry that it has become meshed with that. And if the council so chooses to step back and maybe put this on a future agenda, at least have it be some sort of a discussion about whether to open it up to a recruitment process or not, I would encourage Steve to apply, and he quite possibly could be the chosen candidate, but I think that we need to go through that process. So I think in the interest of good governance, and out of respect for Mr. McCleary, I think that I would like to move to extend Steve's employment as an interim manager for a period of 6 months. And we, after that 6 month, during that 6 months, we come forward and we have a discussion about how to employ an open recruitment process. That was poorly done.
Is there a second to that motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Mayor Pro Tem Lauer?
I gotta make a comment on something that was just read. I find it a little, I'm taken aback. And we have a former council person stating in a letter, when council hired our planning director, public works director, finance director, that's nonsense. Council doesn't hire, we've been through this. What is a former council person talking about? Council hires 2 people and cannot interfere in the hiring of other staff. That's the city manager form of government. And I find it, I just don't know, I just find that a little, I'm taken aback.
Anybody else? Councilman Lau.
I just want to make one more comment about the process, because I'm hearing a lot of concern over whether to elect to do an open process, as Councilmember Clapp has urged the council to do, or to appoint from somebody. And I did read these letters, but I did also my asking around people that I talked to in the community about hiring the city manager and what that means. And I just did not get the sense of transparency and trust being the issue of the general public. So coming into this meeting, I really wanted to understand what the concerns of the people were that wrote a letter. And it just seems like there's been a confusion about what that really means, or what that responsibility means to council members. And hearing different points of view, I'm really trying to listen to everybody's arguments and positions. But when it comes down to it, it is the council is acting the best interest of the citizens, and we have the privilege of working side by side with the city manager, just not on one issue, just not on two issues, on a lot of issues. And like Councilmember Haney said, I take that very serious. And when I see somebody that puts the community interests at forefront, I think that it's a no-brainer in terms of we got a great candidate here, and I think the transparency issue and the process should be relevant in this situation. So I'm not swayed by the arguments. I was open-minded coming into this meeting, but it just does not make sense. And if we're ready, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'd have some comments. I think that because the council, and specifically myself, have been asked about why we didn't go out for some sort of a public recruitment process, and I'm a little puzzled by Councilwoman Clapp's comment, or how the city of Bell came into this equation. I'm not sure what she meant by that.
Well, it's a charter city to begin with.
Right. You know, I've lived in Ojai for 33 years. In that 33 years, there's probably been, I know of 5 city managers, and there's probably been 6. Well, on the Planning Commission, we went through 2. Andy Belknap, as I recall, was not hired as he went out to recruitment. And as far as I'm concerned, Andy Belknap was one of the finest city managers we had. He was hired from within. I don't believe Dan Singer was either. The city council is charged with a vast amount of responsibility, one of which is to hire a city manager. And if you have fired a city manager, as we did the very first night that I was on the council, and that was Jerry Kirschner, and Len Claife and I had just finished a campaign where we're calling for the city council, begging them to get rid of that city manager. And they did. Then you, of course, want to gain input into, okay, we're starting from scratch. We have nobody inside that we can promote. The council didn't think anybody was qualified from within the city. So we're going to now, because the citizens have had to put up with that city manager, as we did, we're going to ask for some input. And we did ask for some input. And part of the input said, well, we want somebody that can communicate with the public. Great, that was the number one thing they said. Well, this guy right here can communicate with the public just fine. Responsive to community issues. That was the number 2 thing they said. We've got him right here. But you know what one of the overwhelming things that they said was? That it seems like it's a revolving door of bureaucratic CEOs or city managers that come before us that are nothing but retreads from other cities that come in here not knowing anything about Ojai. And we hire them and expect them from day one to be able to figure out what we're all about. And we're not that easy to figure out. We're pretty complex. So I don't care who we could get the very best city manager, rated #1, best resume in the world. That's what we thought we had when we hired Jerry Kirshner. That's what we thought we had when we hired Rob Clark. But guess what? They weren't that great. Rob left. We had to fire Jerry Kirshner. Now we've got a guy who's been here for 7 years. He was the assistant city manager. He's well respected. He's well liked. So we decide, okay, we're going to give him a chance. He's never been a city manager before. But Ojai is not necessarily bashful for being the first in things. So we have a guy that we give him a job to be an interim city manager. And we give him some very specific tasks to do. Very specific tasks to do. And they were all the things that we thought needed to be done because the other city manager that had left us had not done. And I'll just point out a few. We needed to determine what we were going to do about our building and safety services. He wrote the RFO, we recruited, and then last council meeting, we hired somebody. We need to increase clerical staff in the community development department because we were hearing there wasn't enough clerical staff. A part-time position was turned into full-time. This was based on his analysis, not us telling him what to do. He came to us with these ideas. We were told in the city gate that we needed to do the city needed to undergo a space and needs analysis because we are cramped in this little building. Well, guess what? He put it together and now it's out. And we're going to have that, the city council approved it. He had to consider several people for an assistant planner. He had to consider several people for our records manager. And he did it. And he hired one records manager. Unfortunately, she left. So now he's got to recruit another one. He has started a training program in City Hall that we never had before. And it's going to continue. And the morale of the employees here is a lot better than it was 6 months ago. So now we as a city council who have the responsibility to hire a city manager have two choices. And if I was sitting out there, I'd be questioning, why haven't you come to us and asked us what we want to? So if we came to ask you what you wanted, I'm telling you, this is the guy we want. Why aren't we opening it up to a public recruitment? Because I don't think, and the other council members that we discussed it with, think that we're going to find anybody any better. We're certainly not going to find anybody that's knows this city for 7.5 years, that's worked in City Hall, that took the recreations department from a disaster to now fantastic. We went all over this. We discussed if we wanted to go out and recruit. I've been through 2 recruitments. One on the planning commission, where I was just there. I didn't have any responsibility for it. And I was part of the process that hired Rob Clark. And we had 6 or 8 applicants, and we interviewed every one of them. And it came to a consensus, and he was the best. But what did we get? Got somebody that came in from Mammoth, never lived in Ojai before, had no idea what the fabric of our community is. So we as a council have a choice. Are we going to go with the guy that we have the gut with, that we think is doing a good job, that has a whole lot of heart and knows what Ojai is all about? Or are we going to do the way that the bureaucracy would like us to do and say, oh, well, we just can't do that. You know, we have to show that we're transparent. we're going to go out and seek interviews and spend our time interviewing people. Spend money if we have to hire a headhunter. Why would we do that? I mean, and I can appreciate the fact, I take your comments very seriously. I really and truly do. And if I was sitting out there, I probably would have thought the same thing. But I got to tell you, we got a man here that deserves to be our city manager, that I'm proud to say that I support him as being our city manager. And I don't think we could look high and wide and find anybody any better. And that's what the basis of our decision was. You hire us to make those kinds of decisions. In this case, we hired from within. Last time there was nobody to hire from within. We didn't even have to look. We had to go out. When Kirshner was hired, we had to go out. But it's not unprecedented that we haven't gone out. History of Ojai. So I'm very happy with the negotiations that we did. I'm very happy to say that I'm very proud that this council has put this ban forward. And with that, I would like to entertain a motion.
I would like to adopt resolution appointing Stephen L. McCleary as city manager and directing the mayor to sign the attached draft city manager employment agreement with Mr. McCleary.
Second for discussion.
Okay, discussion?
I'm concerned about the tone that has been expressed towards the people that have come forward with their concerns about the process that has been used and employed by our council for this hire. I think it's been a tone of scolding, and this is one of the things that I think makes people reticent to come forward and speak about their concerns. They've come in earnest, and they come asking questions that are legitimate. So speaking with a tone of condescension and scolding like they're ignorant and don't know what they're talking about, I think is unacceptable. I'm not done. Oh, there's a lot that's been spoken by council up here to this point, and I would like to ask that we reopen the public hearing, and if there's any questions or further questions or statements that anybody has in the chambers that they would like to make, I would like to give them the opportunity to speak, and speak briefly and have it be 1 minute, 30 seconds to 1 minute, so that it doesn't drag into the wee hours of the morning. I think it would be beneficial for us to hear anything they have to say after they've heard what we've had to say, and then bring it back to council.
All right, first of all, it's not a public hearing, it's a discussion item, so it's been brought back. It can be taken back out and asked for more public input if anybody wishes to make, to agree. What's the consensus of the council? Would you like to hear more?
Well, I think we've done a pretty good job at listening to all the speakers. In my point of view, I feel like I wasn't rude to either side, so I don't see what other comments we're going to hear in terms of what's been presented to us. And if I offended anybody, I apologize if that wasn't my intent. I don't know where Councilmember Clapp is, but I really respectfully appreciate your positions, but I don't see why.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
If that comment was directed at me for reading the city code and explaining what it means, I don't think that's scolding. I think that's just stating the facts. So if that's directed at me, I will continue to read the city code in terms of what it means and how to follow it.
So can I take it it's not the majority's view to open it back up?
No.
Okay. Then there's a motion on the table. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Clapp?
I'm voting no because I think we need to follow the process that we haven't followed, not because I don't like Steve or feel that he may be the best qualified candidate.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Yes.
Mayor Blatz?
Yes. All right. I have some speakers cards. If I've got some speakers cards that if the people are still here in the audience, because we're not going to be able to, I like to have people speak if if they want to. I've got item 2 on item 7. I've got an item 3, Brian, and I have 2 on item 5. And then Wayne Maynard turned in a speaker's card late for public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to make their comment, or just be back when we have that come in? Okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just take a very brief moment. One, I wanted to thank council for their confidence in selecting me. I also wanted to thank all the speakers who spoke tonight, both those who spoke in favor or opposed to the selection. I want to let you know that in my job as city manager, I will not look at you any differently in terms of what you said this evening. You're all citizens or residents in this community, and my job is to do the job that the council has hired me. So any of the comments that were made by people tonight, good or bad, they will have no impact on my view of you or my decisions going forward.
Thank you. Did you want to address this?
Did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What item number did you want?
Well, I had item 5 and item 7.
What's that?
I have item 5 and item 7.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I'm not sure I'm going to make it to the next meeting when these are going to be
Okay, that's
heard again,
fine. No,
okay?
that's why I'm having you do it.
Okay, thank you.
And you're Wayne Maynard, correct?
Wayne Maynard.
Yeah, okay.
Greeley Road. With regard to item 5 and the water conservation standards, I read through the staff report and all the documentation that came through, and I've got just a couple concerns. The first would be the net zero provisions. And the concern I have there is, like, in my house, I've gone in and replaced my toilets, and I've changed some irrigation stuff, so I think I've done what I need to do to try to conserve water. So now if I come back and I want to add a bedroom to my house, what can I do to make it net zero if I've already done all the stuff, okay? So I just like you to look at that when you're going through the ordinance for people that have proactively made changes to conserve water, that they're not penalized in some way if they want to do a room addition or something, okay?
Okay, thank you.
The second on item 5 is I would just want to encourage the city that any building standards that are adopted that would be defined in the Health and Safety Code as a building standard, that those be put into the city building code so that they can be reviewed every 3 years when the city building code is reviewed. They get tucked away in the municipal code someplace. They actually become unenforceable after a period of time.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great idea.
Yeah, thank you very much for that suggestion.
With regards to item 7 and the priorities, I would encourage, well, first of all, the first item was the 2013 building code, and actually should be the 2016 building code. Okay? We never got around to it in 2013. And it needs to be adopted in effect by January 1st. So that needs to be a big priority, I think. And I'm not sure how the integration between the two lists is going to happen, but you know, my issue is the building code, and I hope the city adopts it. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Come on up, Chris.
Yeah, it's a topic kind of related to our last discussion. It's actually for our city attorney. I'd like his opinion if it's legal or ethical for council members to be texting with people in the audience on discussion matters. Thank you.
I'll answer the question if the council would like me to answer the question.
Yes, you can answer it.
Council members are entitled to communicate with their constituents. If the item is not in a closed session item, as tonight's items have not been, it is legal to communicate with their constituents. The content of those communications may or may not be a public record depending on the systems in which the communications are maintained, who controls the phones, the content of the communications, and the members and the individuals in that communication. Whether or not any such action is inconsistent with what the council might want, I'll note that some cities have adopted in their council protocols and their council policies adopted by the council enforceable on each other a prohibition on texting during meetings. This city does not have such a provision in its protocols, thus there's nothing that doesn't apply here, but some cities do have that.
And are those subject to FOIA requests? The texts?
By FOIA,
on
I'll
an
presume
open
you mean the
subject matter?
Public Records Act. FOIA is a federal law. The Federal Freedom of Information Act does not apply to the city. The Public Records Act
Public Records.
is the state similar law that does apply to the city. And that was my point, that the answer to whether any of those communications are or are not public records would depend on a number of facts that I don't have before me.
Well, I would.
You're entitled, as always, to make a request, and any request will
Sure.
be evaluated in the usual process.
Well, I guess I'd strongly urge the council to consider some kind of measure like that, because I think there's a lot of discussions that's supposed to be public that are actually happening in private.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Quick question on that. Does this at all come under the umbrella of ex parte communications that should be disclosed?
If the item under discussion is a item to which due process applies, then it very well may hit that decision. And to clarify that point for those that aren't aware, only certain decisions made by the council or by commissions have procedural due process rights attached to them. Those decisions are quasi-adjudicative decisions where you're applying the law to a particular set of facts. Most often it's an application for a design review permit, a variance, something like that, as opposed to a general legislative matter where you're looking at adopting a code or amending a code. If there are no procedural due process requirements applied to the general legislative matter, if something, which is, for the record, all of tonight's items are in that category. There were no permits, there were no due process items on tonight's agenda. Should you have one on a future agenda, any communication that is relied upon in the council's decision-making must be disclosed as a ex parte communication on the record, and that would include a text message communication.
Okay. Is there any, seeing as it came up at public comment, and we can't really take any action, is there any interest by the council of bringing it back before the council to prohibit texting during our meetings?
I'd be 100% behind that. I just find the fact that it's rude, that we're here to listen and take into consideration what we're hearing. So I don't know how you do that while you're texting. I don't know how you're doing it when you leave the room. I don't know how you do it without being present, and that means present 100% to what the citizens of this community are saying. So I can just say one thing, at the end of the night, my eyes are burning, because I think it's important that when someone's speaking that I'm listening and I'm looking at them. So if I'm over here texting or doing something differently, there's something wrong with that picture. So I'd be for doing something.
I'd certainly like to see a report of policies in other cities, how they read.
I can work with the city manager to put that together. We've written, my law firm have written policies for a few cities that capture these issues, among others. We can put together some examples.
All right. Then why don't you do that for us? Okay?
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else to come before the council this evening? No?
Very quickly?
No comments by anybody? Oh.
Unrelated to anything that's been discussed already.
Yeah, come on up.
It's called the late night.
You're here,
privilege.
so,
Gonna get my phone
hey,
out. I'm not gonna
yeah, there's a
text, I'll see what
benefit,
time it is.
there's a benefit
11:51.
to
It's
being
gonna
here
take-
this
it's gonna
late.
take a
We're
minute.
easy.
Hi. Just one thing, as soon as I'm here, it's difficult for me to get here anyway, so I appreciate it. I agree with what Ray just said about texting, by the way. That shouldn't be happening with any of you. Right, Jester, over 2 years. I don't know what you can do about it. It's a patently ridiculous situation where we have the centre of town that's been destroyed by a company that's essentially been kicked out of this place already. The point of me standing here is to ask our city attorney to scour the code and find something, if there's anything. I'm sure it may have already happened, but if you can assure me that it has, that's good enough for me. But surely there must be somewhere where the pressure can be applied. I know that the letters have gone out to PUCs and this, that, and the other. Right. But I'd encourage the city attorney and our new city manager. Congratulations, Steve, on your hire. To really try and find pressure points that will encourage that building to be fixed. The amount of money isn't that great, as a matter of fact.
You're talking about the theater?
Yeah, the theatre. Where the Jester is, the same thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
we've all been in there.
No, when I see you, I think Vine, and I see Jester. I don't.
I do what I can for the city, right?
I just don't equate the difference, but
it's a ridiculous situation.
Yeah.
So there is a lawsuit that's scheduled to go to trial on December 12th. I strongly suspect that Halid will win that lawsuit, which would be great. except that you know they're going to appeal.
Yeah.
So this thing could very easily drag on for years in an appeal process. It's ridiculous that in a city like ours, we have the very center of town that is becoming a blight.
Yeah.
That's negatively impacting not just me, but other businesses. Other businesses, and I'll give you an example, Las Caporales has closed down because of the Jester. The Jester would bring in trade, as with the cinema.
Yes.
They lost, just by a minor calculation, $60,000 a year because the Jester was closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
People are hurting because of this. Not just myself, I am too.
We've looked at it, and boy, if there was anything we could do, we would love to do it. It's just
Keep looking.
We can.
We
yeah,
are.
I mean,
Keep
we
looking.
are.
Yeah,
we are.
Look
we
under
are.
the tables, find that bubble gum under the table like I do every day of the week.
appreciate
Mr.
your
Mayor?
comment. Yes.
What better use of the blighted building ordinance at this particular situation?
Well, I didn't
Well,
throw blight in there by
this one
accident,
really
by the way,
doesn't
so
fit
there you go.
into the blighted building ordinance.
Why not?
Well,
Oh, 'cause
because
it's
the
not the
owner,
exterior?
the owner can't really be forced to fix it.
So
It's not the owner's problem.
To my understanding, the only pressure that you can apply directly is to Halid, and that is wholly inappropriate.
Yeah.
It may be legal, but it shouldn't be done.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, look, I've done what I've said. We're going to get out of here before 12. And just one other thing.
Okay.
The police are doing a fantastic job. It's great to see those guys out there and being respectful to all and sundry around there. And they're welcome to walk through my businesses any day of the week and twice on Sunday. I'm not religious, so Sundays we're open. All right, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
10-second comment. It may well take a coordinated effort beyond just what the city government can do. This may have to be a community organizing effort. to
Yes,
solve
and I'm
this
happy
problem.
to help in any way,
I think we're
shape,
going to all
or
have to
form.
put our heads together. There's been some talk about doing something, and we need to do it.
Yeah, thanks for that, William. I really appreciate it.
I will comment, though, the attorney that Halid has now is an outstanding attorney.
That's exactly right.
Yes, John Howard is an incredible
But he's also
attorney, and you watch things roll.
Yeah, well, the problem is getting a court date. It's taken 9 months to get a court date. And so we know what's going to happen when that goes.
Justice moves
He's a
slowly.
fabulous attorney. He truly is.
Yeah.
But he's stuck within the same process that
I-
we are as well. So any pressure
Yeah.
would be awesome.
I-
William,
We
let me know what I can do, and I'll be leading that charge.
Yeah, well, we can't talk about too much, but I did say Colette at the farmer's market, and we discussed it at length, and, we're just sick about it. It's
People hurt.
it was such a main, a focal point of our community.
Yep.
We all miss it. We really do. I wish
Yeah.
there was something we could do.
And in the end, it's not really about missing it. It's economically, it's hurting
Yeah.
the town,
Well, yeah.
it's hurting people, it's hurting other businesses.
Yeah, I agree.
And hell, I just want to get a shepherd's pie.
Yeah,
and I
thank you.
can't have one because I haven't got an oven in my house. So let's try and get that fixed if we can.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it, Nigel. All right, nothing else to come before us?
Nope.
And I want to I don't think you've been here since you were made a commander, so I want to congratulate. Are you officially Commander Kenny now? Yeah. Well, very deserving, thank you very much, and congratulations. Okay. We stand adjourned.
Go home.